Hello, welcome back for our finale of Standing Stones. I'm really excited to see what all happens today and how we wrap up the story. Before we dive into all that, though, I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves, and I've got a few words to say about sponsors, and then also a quick thank you to Pat for that resub, which is going to gift a advantage to someone, which is going to be random. So I'm just going to roll a die to see who it lands on based on the overlay. And oh, hey, it went to me. Awesome. Thank you, Pat. And then, quick word about our sponsors. Let me just get those links into chat. They are Fundamental RPG. It's the system that this game runs on. Grab my copy. It looks like this. You can pick up your own book at Amazon, or if you prefer the digital version, you can find those at coffee.com/raven, like it says at the bottom of the screen. It's a simple D20 system that's not tied to any genre, so you can use it for any type of game that you'd like to run. Also at coffee.com/raven, again, like it's spelled at the bottom of the screen, you can find Intrepid, which is adventuring gear for real life, drinkware, apparel, accessories, cool stuff like that with a tabletop theme. Some really cool stuff, so go check that out. And then finally, Die Hard Dice. They sell amazing polymer and metal dice sets and accessories. You can find all their stuff at dieharddice.com, such as their satin-lined dice bags. They look like this. They're pretty handy. The inside's really nice. It's kind of hard to see on the camera, but it's better than like your just standard dice bag.
Thank you!
The inside's really well lined, so it doesn't like rattle around a ton. But they're I think currently just $4 each for ones like that. So it's really handy for getting several of them to organize your dice by color or size or how well or poorly they roll, however you like to organize your dice. But there's a link to that in chat as well. Thanks also to IC for the subscription. Who would you random for the advantage? Okay, let me roll again for that. And that's going to go to Pat. Awesome. Thank you again so much. So before we jump in, like I said, we're going to let everybody introduce themselves. We'll start with the top left with Zan. Tell us a little bit about Finn and yourself.
So I'm Zan. I am a GM and content creator for a whole bunch of wonderful stuff in a whole bunch of wonderful places. I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end, but I am playing Finn Karst, who has just found out that he is adopted, and that he did have a home after all, and now has to go home and has gone home in a very crash landing style. And anxiety and bubbles. That's about it. Poor Finn. He's just water also, which is an important thing to know. Just
That's true. Awesome. Next we've got IC Historian. Tell us a little bit about Veshna and yourself.
All right, hello team. I'm IC Historian at IC Historian, all the places on the internet that I feel like being found. And I'll be playing Veshna Revik, who is a fox girl who has a plan. And in fact, might have several plans and knows that they will be executed perfectly.
Awesome. Next we've got Jay. Tell us a little bit about Beckney and yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Jay, Aurelian Jays. I'm a writer and a game dev, and I'm playing Beckney tonight, who is, more or less wrapped up. There's not really much to say. They're a goblin who thought they were a pangolin for a while, and now they found out they're not really, and they got some closure last session about their heritage and where they came from. So now they're kind of just hoping everyone else is okay, and also hoping that Dad doesn't ground them.
That's very fair. the hoping the what are words? The hoping to not get grounded part. Awesome. So looks like I'm next. I'm Raven. I'm the creative director for the Raven Evermore, which is my brand for all the various things that I do, most of which are tabletop related or adjacent. My link tree is in chat, or if you can't see chat, if you're watching this on the Fantasy Network later, it is linktr.ee/the Raven, like it's spelled below my face. And then I play Callie, or Cauliflower. She is basic anime protagonist type character. She's a lot of fun to play. She's not the brightest, but her heart's in the right place, and she really likes to fight. And she also has a monkey tail. But yeah, she's a blast. That's me and my character. We'll hop over to Pat. Tell us a little bit about Pyron and yourself.
Hi, yeah, I'm Pat. I'm a Tactric Places Online, and I do games and stuff. I'm playing Pyron, Pangolin Sidling Tedekni, who is more just hoping they don't get grounded for on the scale of like years, because the grounding is pretty like locked in place now with the mayor. Don't call me dad, the mayor. Yeah, and this will be just knows that this family reunion is happening and is just not about it.
That's also very fair. Next, we've got Hannah. Tell us a little bit about Sage and yourself.
Greetings, mortals. I'm Hannah, or Woe Hannah, and today I'll be playing Sage, who I'm back in the fawn makeup because Sage is a fawn. Did they ever have an arc? I mean, I guess now at this point it's like we're going to be responsible and talk to the adults, and also I'm going to be irresponsible and blow a hole in the wall. It's balance. That's my arc. Balancing.
Fantastic. And then last but not least, Calliope, tell us about yourself and this really cool world that you put together, and take it away.
Hello, I'm Calliope, and I'm a middle school teacher, so I will be turning back into a pumpkin very soon, and you will not see me online very much for a while, but you will see me at PAX West at 3 p.m. on Friday talking about games in classrooms, and at 1:30 on Saturday talking about RPGs in the real world. So I'm super excited to fly out to Seattle and wear a million masks on the airplane and talk about RPGs. But today we are going to finish up this one. So when we last left our motley crew, you had sailed over the waterfall through the moon, and well, not like actually through the moon, but sort of, like very ET, and crashed in, and everyone survived, and everyone was super psyched. And then you looked over and you saw that Fenn was about to get super grounded or something. And so I think that's where we're going to start, actually, is Fenn, I think you can tell from the body language of Euglena as they went behind the waterfall that you are pretty much expected to go get yelled at. What do you do?
I think Finn stands there for a second and bubbles anxiously, as they're wont to do, and then I think Finn is going to look over at or like shift the facial structure over to Una and go, well, I think it's time to set up diplomatic relations. I think they misunderstand why I'm back. Will you come with me?
And I think as this is happening, the temperature of the water around Una is getting lower and lower and lower and lower. And there's like ice crystals like forming all over them. And they're like, yep, let's go.
Yep, we'll crash over in that direction.
Like, it is definitely everyone in the water. It has gotten a lot colder. Like, a lot colder in the water. You might want to stand on the beach. As someone who lives in New Hampshire, it's like the ocean.
I think at this moment, as Veshna sort of watches them and watches the parent, she's just like standing on the beach and is just sort of clearly fuming at the audacity of Euglena.
If you need backup, send us a signal. Somehow.
And just a thumb kind of sprouts from the top of Finn's head region, and then goes back down.
Callie's still, I think, stuck in/under the boat. So I think she's gonna be like, my legs are getting really cold. Is it supposed to be doing that?
I guess we should park the boat.
My head still hurts.
And Una's gonna turn to Veshna and say, "We're gonna be right back. I'll let you know if I need you."
Veshna just kind of nods, and it's almost like I imagine in the movie, in her mind is playing out like however many years of like Wisteria's bullshit being tolerated and at Fenn's like detriment, and she's just like, "Yep, cool, you know where I am."
Yes. All right, and so you come over, and under the waterfall is a little alcove where the flower sort of is, and the elders are fuming mad. And I think Una's kind of like, "I'm gonna make a grand entrance. Go ahead." Like, go in.
Yeah, then Finn will not crash through, but will like go into a humanoid form, and kind of the weird running man thing again.
So the elders are really mad, and they're, how can you have brought outsiders to this place?
Because they are not outsiders. They are the caretakers of my flower.
You have brought a boat. You have brought land people that no one should be here. You should not be here. You should be at the bridge.
I think you're right and you're wrong that I should not be here. But I should not be under the bridge, and I will not be under the bridge again. I'm leaving. I am going to the lake. I have found friends within the communities outside the bubble. I found a purpose and something that makes me feel brave when I think about it. And it's something that is important for me to do, and is far more important than for me just to sit and watch people walk over and swim under the bridge day in, day out.
That's ridiculous.
I'm sorry that you feel that way.
And everyone is, I think they are sort of like bubbling aggressively, right? And I think as this is happening, Una is sort of like looking in and sort of looking to see if you need their backup or not.
I think that after just a second, after they stand there and it's clear they're not going to do anything. I came here with Una to try to open communication a little bit more than was between the river and the lake. But
So-
if that is,
Oh, go ahead.
if that is not something that you are interested in, as it seems you are not, then I will leave. And I wish you the best with Wisteria's replacement.
When you say that you are here with Una, they definitely are like giving you a weird look. And as you say this, Una like picks the themselves up, and like all these little ice things come out of their head that look sort of like a crown, and they are like very sort of regal looking, and they come in and they stand there and they look really sort of annoyed but also fabulous, like sort of like what maybe Wisteria was going for. And they are gobsmacked. And Lotus turns around and says, "Oh, Una, you bring us great honor to come here to our far off tendril." And you sort of realize that like maybe Una isn't actually a name, it's more of like a title.
Oh.
Right? And they are so mad. And Una pulls themselves up to their full water humanoid shape and sort of gets this like very regal attitude and kind of dismissively looks at them and says, "I am the Una of the 23rd tendril. I am the progenitor of my line, and I am here to right a wrong. You have stolen my budling. You didn't return them. You knew they were from the lake. You didn't give them a chance to have a healthy life circle here or there. You denied them any knowledge of our ways. They were supposed to be cherished by the community. And instead you keep them under a bridge, and you didn't even name them a name. It's like a human being being named human being. It's stupid. You have brought great dishonor to your flower, and I am retrieving this budling, and I have every right as Una of my tendril to recall you to the lake. But I won't. Because I don't want to see your stupid brain coral faces. You can sit here by yourselves and be cut off and go do your job as little trolls who live under a little bridge. I think we're done here. Are we done here?
I think so too. I'm gonna come back in the spring, and I hope you're a little bit happier to see me then. But I'll leave you with something to think about while I'm gone. I hope you have a lovely winter. And we'll just turn and go away.
And when you're on the other side of the waterfall, they look at you and they're like, "That was awesome."
Just immediate collapse into a miniature waterfall for just a second. Like, oh god, I hated that. That was the worst. Why did we?
It was
Oh
awesome.
god.
You were great. That was good. I don't get to pull Ray Curry off, but that was fun.
Wait, is Una's a title?
Yeah. It means first.
Oh. Okay. All right. Good.
I know, it's kind of dumb. I don't know.
You did mention they weren't very original. Okay. Yeah, that seems like tradition.
Well, we're all named Una. I don't know. At least I'm not named Fen.
Yeah, we're gonna. I have some thoughts about that, but I'm open to the. I don't know if I can take the name that you have for me, but I'm open to making something to fit a new life. It seems like that name doesn't really bring a whole lot anymore.
Well, I don't technically have a name either.
We'll think on it.
Veshna's going to explode if we don't go over there and tell her how you kicked ass.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
I like to imagine that during this time we have pulled the boat onto the shore and extricated Callie from it.
Appreciated.
Just seemed like the thing to do.
And they're as you come over to the shore, I think Una's gonna just give the nod to Veshna.
I think Veshna's just gonna kind of smile and she's got like a little pouch, and I think it's a pouch that some of the fishermen use to mark their traps, so it floats and it's like watertight. And she's gonna kind of toss it in Una's direction and say, read it when you get home. And I think she's gonna wave and just kind of turn and begin making her way back to the like up toward the town.
Now it's time for the land drama.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, where are we gonna meet up? I need to talk to everybody later, but like, where are we gonna meet? Are we splitting now or? Wait, it all started under the balcony, right?
Yeah. I've got to take care of some stuff back at the inn. I have a feeling that my dad probably hasn't done dishes and I think she kind of looks up at the moon trying to figure out how long they've been gone. In like 3 weeks. So how about sunrise under Pyron's balcony?
Yeah.
This sounds acceptable. Hopefully we're done by then.
Yeah. I think
Just let us know if you need some more ass kicking. I'm ready. I'm hyped up.
and she's gonna kind of look at Fen and point to Una and be like, I like her. I like this. This works for me. And I think she's gonna turn to Pouncing and say, all right, team. You're getting your first mission. All right? We have a mayor with a gruff, impierceable exterior that needs the type of precocious joy that can only be brought by a series of fox children. And she's gonna sort of like set them off with like Pyron and Beckney, be like, and she's gonna say like look at Pyron and be like, Buffer.
I think you got like a brief, like dead-eyed stare, like when the balcony was initially mentioned, as he remembers the last time he was on the balcony, and then snaps back to it like, "Oh yeah, okay, yeah, got it."
Uncle Toots is going to love them.
So and Pouncing says, this is probably where we should turn into people. Cause if we go through the bubble, we're not gonna be able to turn back.
Yeah. Yes. So, do you remember what we said about the clothes thing? That's not a sometimes thing. That's a all the time thing, right?
Yeah, so we gotta get some before we go to Pirate's house. And they all immediately turn into people.
Yeah, I think
Absolutely no clothes on.
I think that
it would be super weird. Like, wouldn't it be? We'll run interference, Pirate, and it would be super distracting if we just ran around naked.
No,
would that help?
That would be probably very illegal. So are there any like buildings out?
Two legs are so weird.
Like above the table, there's like no buildings or anything out here until we get back under the bubble, right?
So I think how we're gonna resolve this is I think there's a very small hole, like right at the river edge that the boat can just kind of go through, right? Like, and that you couldn't go through it before because the current is too strong, so you wouldn't be able to swim up past it. But with a boat, you should be able to like everyone crouch down and go through with not too much trouble.
Okay. great.
Considering growing and then possibly weaving some sort of grass dress for all of them.
Well, I think, Mrs. Mulgrady and the duo deck tuplets. It is a full moon, so it is laundry time. And I'm sure with 12 children's clothing to do, missing one set of outfits is not going to really ruin it.
It is so convenient having an anthropomorphic pig and all of her litter of children living so close to the river.
Yep.
And they grow so fast, some of those outfits might not even work on them anymore.
It is the bat. You often think that truffles are in the forest of fantasy France, but there are also river truffles. It is a Highland in delicacy, river truffle sauce. Mrs. Mulgrady is purveyor of that.
Mrs. Mulgrady moved here from France to work on Fantasy France to move from river truffles. So I think part of what makes it so nice is that all of the outfits are little French schoolgirl outfits.
Yes, they're Madeline. It's Madeline. It's legally distinct.
They're all Madeline. Mm-hmm. It's all little striped.
12 little girls and 12 little foxes in 2 straight lines.
Yep. And also little hats. Yep. Excellent. So everybody who's going on the boat should probably get on. And if they wish, and we will bring them through.
The boat's kind of got a hole in it.
Just gonna assume we fixed it. Just assuming.
I mean, we can keep the water out.
Fair enough.
We can
Also
get
an
you on.
option. Considering I'm hoping that we don't go back through this way, that's probably fine for longevity purposes.
I like to imagine that all of the fox girls have piled into have a big pile of sort of naked teenage girls. But the thing about them is they just don't care. They're not they just have no feelings about this. And so come on, let's do it. Yeah, come on, Pyron. Let's go meet your dad. He sounds awesome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hug him so hard when I see him.
It's not big on hearts.
Yeah.
He will be.
You might want to. Probably best to do it at the first introduction before it's really drilled into the system that it's a no.
There's always room for hugs.
Question then is
This is
Beckney
gonna
coming
go
with
great.
us or going with Pyron? Because you want to be backseat to back up Pyron. I guess Calvin's just kind of try to go blow up a wall.
I should probably be there because I'm his kid too.
We'd always try to blow it up later in the night. I have to go see Faunus anyway, so
Yeah.
just come out to my house when you're ready to blow up a wall.
Okay.
So I'm imagining everybody squished really down low to get through the hole, right? And I think that Fen would know sort of where the boundaries of the hole are. So, Fen, why don't you roll something? I think it's going to be maybe just nimbleness or might.
Just a little nimbleness. Yeah, got that for you. Do a little bit of nimbleness. Might. Let's do might actually. Yeah, let's do that. And we're in the water right now, so that's where that whole little thing comes in.
That might be a good call.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that was with an additional +5.
Great. So that
is-
was, yeah. So,
Oh, wow.
so will you describe what it looks like as you sort of move everybody through?
I think it kind of looks like almost like a garden pond where there's the little waterfall that happens, and I think we just kind of go over the top just barely enough as we like sink down to get everybody through without like taking the top of their heads off as we go through, and then as it kind of buoys back up, just the water kind of slowly starts to peel down from the sides again.
Awesome. Yeah, and so you travel sort of under the bridge, and it's so big from below, right? And it hasn't rained much in the last few days, so the river's relatively low, and it's just so tall over you, the big arc. And you see it, but I mean, nothing's really happening there now because it's the middle of the night, and the moon is sort of traveling along with you. And you make your way down to the public beach, which is probably the easiest place to disembark. And you see Mrs. Mulgraney and her duodectuplets home, not far from the beach. And you see a bunch of river truffles out to dry, and also some clothes. What do you do?
I think that Veshna, because Veshna is a little like sneaky snake of a child, Veshna has had many run-ins with Mrs. Mulgrady. Not run-ins like unpleasant, but like she's actually interacted with her quite a bit and has babysat or piglet sat some of the children, and also helped gather truffles when her dad was very sick of her sort of getting in underfoot. And so she kind of like, I think she's just gonna be like the direct approach, be like, "Hi, Mrs. Mulgrady."
Wait. So I just want to point out, it is literally 2 a.m.
Is she outside with the kids?
No.
Oh,
No.
then she's just gonna take the clothes. I thought
No,
she was
there-
outside with the children.
Oh no, I mean, I think there's a light on in the house. I think you're gonna have to roll some kind of sneaky sneaks moves. You can't just traipse up with a dozen fox children and all of your friends and take all the clothes off the line
I
without.
wasn't gonna take. I mean, I'm taking 12 outfits, and I wasn't bringing like. I wasn't gonna like bring the entire circus and set up the Moonfire Fair.
Okay, I'm sorry if I was unclear. They're not outside. It is 2 a.m. They are sleeping.
Okay.
They are.
So I think she's gonna kind of sneak, and take.
All right, let's do a sneaky roll. How do we do a sneaky roll? Oh, that's blend in.
Yeah, blend in.
How many advantages do I have? Oh, I've got 2. And we're gonna use one of them. Oh man, isn't that great? That's cool. That's a 21.
All right. I would like to let you just get the clothes, but now that we have established that they are French and probably have terrible French accents, I'm going to say that as you start to take the clothes, you get, I think, like a small light is pointed at you. And you see it's Madeline. And she says, "Oh, Vishna, what are you doing with all my clothes? Are you having an adventure?"
And she's gonna be like, "Patty, yeah, keep it down. You know Jacques a light sleeper."
Yes.
And she's
Double
gonna
glue. But I will tell you this. What are you doing with your adventure? Novat and we are very bored. We want to come with you.
Well, interesting enough, if all goes well, if you can get out of your baguette and snotty art criticism lessons tomorrow afternoon,
yes, we have taken a break from those, and we are going to have extremely long cigarettes and very thin scarf lessons tomorrow.
Okay, well,
I'm already very good at that.
Yes, it is, and if it's the
as she says as she smokes her extremely long cigarette.
Yes,
and blows a ring.
Yes. So and it's always the time to have an absence from class is the beginning of a new semester, so this will be perfect. Stop by the inn tomorrow afternoon, and I don't want to I want to say too much, Maddie, but I have a little bit of a plan.
This seems very good. Does it need pockets? Because right now you have only little skirts. And they will not have pockets. It's very, it doesn't make any sense. But they don't.
We're going to sort out the apron situation. This is really for legality's sake.
Okay,
She's gonna kind of point to the fox children kind of over her shoulder, who I imagine are just sort of poking at each other and figuring out, remembering what elbows do.
I can't tell if I should be very afraid because they might eat me, or very intrigued.
The second one. We're having a lot of conversation about sometimes foods and all the time foods and never foods, but they interesting. I think they keep keep to some pretty strict dietary laws. I have not heard a lot about pork
Do
products.
they like escargot? Because I have a lot of snails.
Yeah, you know what? We'll be back. We'll have a little picnic tomorrow. You can meet my friends. There's one, it's one for each of you. It'll really cut down on the babysitting duties.
Oh, this sounds very good. Yeah, and then she's going to give you. Oh, sorry, my cats are fighting. That is a cat fighting noise in the background. I apologize. She's going to give you like a bag of escargot, and
like bag escargot,
like just that she has in her pockets.
Sure.
In her pockets, and she's going to be like, "It'll be very nice. I see you tomorrow."
Yes.
I will tell my mother that an errant breeze has come and taken all of these little outfits.
I'm sure, with her level of exhaustion, she will absolutely believe that. So thank you, Maddie. I'll see you tomorrow. And she's gonna sort of like it's kind of like sneak.
Au revoir. Bonne nuit. I'll see you another time.
Bye.
You're welcome. And okay, so you have solved the acquiring 12 little French schoolgirl outfits puzzle.
Vesha's going to sort of help them get dressed and sort of run through some reminders of not peeing on furniture and handshaking, and sort of shove them in Pyron's general direction.
No, Vesta, I know not to pee on the furniture.
Nope, not worried.
How do you pangolins feel about sniffing each other's butts? Is that a yes or a no?
We remember the consent lesson. Very good.
Thanks. Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be a no for me.
I just mean when you generally meet people for the first time. I want to make a good impression on your dad.
That is not generally a two-leg activity.
Yeah, I would not worry about that. Only way we might have made a good impression on my dad is if we scheduled this meeting like 2 months ago in advance so that it was appropriately placed on his schedule.
What about kisses? Did you like kisses?
Like the punishment for it? Or
We're gonna kiss him. Is that fine?
for me it is.
Yes. And Pouncing's gonna be like, I promise not to lick his face.
Do I believe her?
I don't know. She was mostly saying it to Veshna because Veshna's the one who's been drilling it into her head. I just don't see the difference. It's all muzzle. So now what?
Now we're splitting off, correct?
Yep.
Does Veshna need home backup? Or is Veshna wanting to do this alone?
Vesha is just sort of like, I think Vesha looks like very confident. She's got that like sort of haze of a scheme on her face, and she's kind of like, I'll see you guys in a couple hours at Pyron's.
We've got some stuff to take care of back in the cove, so I'll see y'all in a little while. And Finn will, I assume, with Una, kind of dip back into the water and head back.
Well, I have to go say hi to Puffness, so that's where I'm headed.
I'm going
I
with
mean-
Sage.
I mean, we don't even really have to split up. We could do everybody's things as a big group, and some people's things can go last. And you know, if we don't get to those things, then maybe we just don't get to it.
All right,
I'll
you
volunteer
wanting
to go last.
are you wanting to go last, Pyron, so that you can put off talking to the mayor?
What?
Hiron, you don't have to talk to the mayor if you don't want to. We just think it would be good for you. But if you strongly disagree with that, we're not your parents.
No, you're not wrong. Look, I should do it. That doesn't mean I want to do it.
Just throw 12 fox girls at him. It'll be great.
I don't know if you've met our dad.
The last thing I did before leaving this town was meet with your father.
I met him once. I think what he said to me was stop hanging off of the address sign. He seemed pretty grumpy.
And in your mind, you think of, you imagine it, and I think the direct quote was something to the effect of, it is my expectation that all teen people in this village will walk on 2 feet when in the confines of the downtown area.
I'm going to do it on roofs then. I'm not walking on 2 feet.
In that case, I think
Wait, I don't
Callie's
have feet.
reaction would have been like, I think he has something against people walking. I don't know. That's just, there was a lot of big words, and he was very angry, and I don't know if we're all supposed to. I can't afford like a wagon every time I go somewhere, so I don't know.
No, it's not that he doesn't like things like walking. It's that he likes those things under very, very limited conditions, like walking at a specific speed during like specific planned routes. Just complicate things with rules as much as you can.
That's weird.
It sounds great. Let's go. Which one's your house?
One of the books,
Let's do it.
like you can see them from the outside.
Yeah, yes, you can.
Yeah, you know, the one with the books.
Sure. There's like, there's all sorts of gargoyles around the outside of the house, and every one of them is reading a book in like a different position. Some of them are like aggressively reading books, and some of them are reading books like beautifully. We have now done more world building in this town in the past 5 minutes than we have the entire campaign since the first episode. Congratulations, everyone. We've done it.
Excuse you.
Okay.
We made the potato lane before the
Yeah,
game
That- that's
started.
true.
I'm saying, ever since this, we're coming full circle because the potato lane was first episode or second. All right, so Pyron, Beckney, the many, many foxes. Are you headed in the direction of the house?
Yeah.
Slowly and begrudgingly?
Mm-hmm.
At some point, the fox children may just pick you up and carry you along as well in their excitement to go meet your dad. And Callie and Sage, you're headed towards Faunus's house. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're gonna pick the story back up with Veshna. So tell me about what happens, Veshna.
So I definitely think that Veshna kind of goes in the back entrance and the inn is shut down. And if we may, I kind of think that this would make sense sort of in pieces. So feel free to like inject someone else's thing in. I don't mean to get all they came from on us, but you know, I think that she just starts she's basically here with the assumption that like she's gonna be punished, it's gonna suck, she's gonna figure it out after that. It kind of is what it is. She'll figure out her plan. He clearly is like not that interested in what's important to her because he had no interest in hearing from her after the whole incident at the bridge. And she's like, I'm going to do the dishes. I'm going to take my lumps, suck it up, and start anew tomorrow. So I think that she just sort of comes in. And I think that like her dad is like, a lot of his gruffness comes from the fact that he lost her mom. And I think that her mom was from outside the barrier. And I think that he kind of knew that there was a part of her that like she was happy in the inn with him and knowing that that was like the best place to raise a child. And, you know, especially like with all of that and knowing what they knew about magic. But like, I think that Veshna's curiosity about the world has kind of scared him because he doesn't know how to help her. He doesn't know how to do anything for her.
Right.
So a lot of that has come off in him trying to make her not he just desperately wanted her to be happy, like doing the things that the other kids who stayed in the town did. And so I think that Veshna's just going to kind of start doing the dishes because like it's her dad's livelihood. And I think that where he shows his emotion is in the fact that he just has not been able to focus on the inn and I think he's served like pancakes for the last like 5 days because he's been like alternating his weeping and like
Okay. So you come in and you see a billion dishes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you see one broccoli very half-heartedly trying to do dishes. And he turns around and he's like, oh, thank God. Come in here. I can't even tell the difference between a salad fork and a salad spoon.
Dev, you don't use Brock. Okay. Salad spoons, not a thing. Remember?
That would explain it.
Yeah.
So
Salad, fork, soup, spoon.
right. So I'm really mad at you.
I think she kind of looks at him just sort of like, yep, I can pencil you in.
Is my sister alive?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She's actually headed to Faunus's place with Sage.
Okay. Here, let me give you all these salad spoons, and I'm gonna go kick her ass.
I wish you the best of luck in that department. I will eulogize you for your subtlety and emotional.
That's too many words.
And intelligence. We'll add intelligence in there too.
You can't just leave people. and he just pushes all the spoons, and they all clatter everywhere, and he storms off to go look for Callie. And I think there is a very like loud clattering of spoons that are not salad spoons all over the floor.
I think Vesha just sort of sighs, takes a deep breath, and begins picking them up, pumps the water, gets the sort of sud, lye, whatever they would use, and just begins doing dishes, figuring that, like, there's no way that her dad can do breakfast service with what's going on here. And I think she just sort of starts cleaning the kitchen and figures that, like, it'll at least, she's not going to go wake him up. This needs to happen. He'll find her when he finds her.
Okay. So we're gonna come back to you. And next we're gonna go over to Beckney, Pyron, and the Fox children, who are doing a very exaggerated like spy walk. Right? But they're really, really sneaky. And they're foxes. So they're
are they saying tiptoe out loud as they tiptoe?
Right. They're very, very sneaky. They're good at sneaking. They're just not used to having legs that are so long. Right? So they're sort of like going in. And so how are you gonna enter the house?
Acme, what do you think? Just front door? Do we
It is our house.
just walk in and wait for them to say something and just act like nothing's wrong and you'll get like snacks?
I think if we don't take that, Dad's gonna take like 5.
Okay. Well, I mean, like front door, and then we'll play it by ear. We'll see before we commit to the snack plan entire. We can also see what snacks there are, and then if it's like a Uncle Toots hasn't gone and got new snacks yet, then we can commit to like adult conversation.
We should make
But,
sure
like,
Uncle Boots
snacks-
is there when we talk with Dad. I mean, the mayor.
You think?
I think he might understand us better, or at least not understand us.
Okay. Yeah. Walk into the front door.
Okay.
And Beckney's got their hand on Pyron's back, like it's gonna be okay. They are not convinced whatsoever, but their hand is trying to reassure Pyron.
So you open the
fine.
front door, and I think it's very quiet. It's 2 in the morning. Everybody's
It's 2 in the
basically
morning.
asleep. And walk in, and I think what you notice is that the table is messy. There are like a lot of papers on the table, which is very unusual in this house. Usually everything's exactly where it's supposed to be. And it's not like messy. It's not like the way it is at the inn. There's just several piles of
Like
papers.
clutter.
There is some clutter.
But
Is
it's
what you
new.
noticed.
It's new clutter since we've been gone, right? It's
New
not still,
clutter
like,
since you've been
messy from
gone.
the dinner party.
Near the place that snacks often are.
Okay.
What do you do?
I forgot that. Beckney, I forgot what time it was, and that they wouldn't just be like awake.
That explains why I'm so tired.
Yeah.
Should we wait till?
Bell? Do I ring a bell? You think? And a
What if we make a big snack tray thing, and then wake up the mayor and Uncle Toots and everyone, and then eat while we talk. I'm really hungry.
You know what? I'm just now realizing we are not paying attention to all of the fox people with us, and I assume
I thought
that
you
they've
said
already
something
just
completely
scattered.
different there.
No,
They are
it just
trying-
crossed my mind that like as soon as we stop paying attention to them in a new environment, they
They're
probably would just scatter.
yeah.
They're doing pretty well. They're trying. They're trying really hard, but they're all sort of looking for your dad. Because they're all looking for the dad to go hug him.
Also, we
And-
might be able to distract them.
And Pouncing says, "Did you say something about snacks?"
Okay, yeah, we will prepare a snack tray. and
Okay.
then,
Are there? It smells like there might be some snacks on the table. You have any good snacks?
I mean, like, what's your favorite bug? I mean, we got lots of kinds. We got like the crunchy kinds and like the juicy kinds, the slimy ones, and slimy with like more legs than normal.
What about grapes?
So some of them are like
How many
grapes.
legs do grapes have?
I don't-
Before or after you take them off the tree?
Oh,
So I think the foxes are kind of investigating the table to look and see what what snacks there are, and maybe sampling the limited amount of snacks that are still there. And not I don't know. I don't know if they like the snacks.
I believe foxes are obligate carnivores.
No, yeah, they are. But
Yeah.
they don't like these snacks.
Okay.
I just rolled a 3 for snack liking. The reason I said grapes is because the foxes around here like to eat grapes, and then they will, if you accidentally leave grapes out, they'll eat them, and then they'll leave you a dead mouse.
What a beautiful world we live in.
I know, right? So it's like, thanks, buddy, and one for you. So they're sort of like, like they're kind of making some noise at the table and causing a ruckus, a relatively quiet ruckus.
okay. Yeah, so we'll get snacks together, and then I think didn't Dad install like some sort of like gong, like a meeting gong for when he needed to like command everyone to an emergency meeting?
Yeah.
That seems appropriate.
Yeah.
So yeah, so we'll go prepare snacks and then bang a big gong to wake up the house.
Okay, so you go into the kitchen to prepare some snacks, and I think what you notice there is a brochure, and the brochure says Portent School of Bardic Arts on it. There's like a bunch of different like little sort of things about like how far away Portent School of Bardic Arts is and how much it costs per year and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Good question. Who took the baby?
I'm assuming
Just-
Sage took the baby.
Okay, it just clicked in my head. I'm like, oh my god, where's the baby?
I don't know. Would Beckney let Sage take the baby, or would
I
the
think
baby,
Beckany would.
or would the baby come as distraction?
I think we've got enough distraction with the foxes, and also
Okay.
it's one extra thing to have to explain to Dad. So
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going with staged explaining instead of just putting it all out there.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. There are lots of different techniques for explaining. It's like the slow band-aid pull or the rip. Yeah, I like it. So Pyron, what do you do when you notice that? Anything, or do you just make snacks? What are you thinking about?
How does it? I'm not sure how I would tell that. I'm trying to figure out if like, does this look like old or worn at all?
No,
Or-
it definitely
okay.
wasn't here the last time you were there.
Okay, so it's like okay.
There's-
got it.
There's definitely more papers around, and this is like obviously something that like somebody put down when getting a snack very recently in the kitchen.
Okay. I look it over, and I think I just kind of file that away. I'm not sure what to make of it yet.
Okay. When you come out, you with snacks, do you put them on the table or what are you doing with the snacks?
Is there a different table? Like maybe like a lounge or like near the fireplace?
Yeah,
maybe
so we've
there's a table?
established there's like a fireplace area and like a big formal table and a kitchen and a downstairs that has the library
Right.
and a balcony.
We need at least enough seating for Beckney, Pyron, 12 foxes, Uncle Toots, and the mayor.
And possibly Larkin, or is
Possibly
it Duncan? I can
Larkin and
never. I
Duncan.
never remember which one.
Larkin and or Duncan.
Yeah. Should have done this outside.
I imagine like I feel like there's got to be some sort of like nesting table situation too. I feel like that the mayor would have at his house.
Yeah,
Like,
we could put in like a leaf or something. Yeah.
Yeah. As you're sort of figuring this out, the foxes have like completely disappeared.
oh yeah, we've gotten to like the busy. We're moving furniture at this point. Like that's gonna keep their attention.
And why don't you, Pyron, why don't you roll for me a seeing?
Sure. That's something I have a positive number of points in.
You don't know where they are. They've left. They are somewhere in the house, you would assume, but you can't hear them. And they're not with you anymore. That's what you get with a 7.
Uh-huh.
Who knows?
You do have that advantage, just as a reminder.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Sure. Oh, hey, look at that.
Okay, that's much better. So you at first you have no idea where they went. Right? And as you look around though, you see there's this like big bay window that like faces the potato road. That like so when travelers come into town, the like big bay window of the house is facing them. And you see 12 fox girls sleeping in a big pile surrounding the mayor who is also sleeping. Like he fell asleep at the bay window. And they're all sleeping in a giant pile. And they're just all sort of sleeping near him.
And this did not disturb him in the slightest.
Well, he's got like an armchair or something. Like he fell asleep at the window. So he's sort of like, you know, he just sort of like fell asleep, like when you fall asleep at your desk. And they've all sort of, like piled all over him. And he has not woken up.
No, the god doesn't feel right now. Because then he's gonna wake up and be surrounded by strangers in his own house. And it's...
And Beckney's gonna run upstairs. Did Pyron leave any like musical instruments upstairs? Maybe.
I'm sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Beckney's gonna run upstairs and grab the first one that's to hand. You know, like maybe it's a mandolin or like whatever. And they're gonna come back down the stairs, trying not to be super quiet because obviously the mayor's not gonna wake up.
So I want you to roll me a d20, and
Sure.
the better the roll is, the more appropriate this instrument is for the occasion.
Oh, good. This can only end well. A 13.
Okay, with a 13, it's going to be what about like a little set of steel drums?
I was gonna say depends what Pyron would have played, but yeah.
I don't know, or Pirate. What do you think? What would Pirate play with a 13? Slightly better.
God, I'm trying to think of all the random crap he would have. Some castanets, maybe.
Is that better? Are castanets better or worse? than steel
Different.
drums? I don't know. I'll let you think about
I'll
it.
leave it up to Pyron.
Yeah, we'll leave it up to Pyron of what they're going to be.
What would you have
I
left
feel like
closest
steel
to
drums
the
is
door?
funnier, so let's go with steel drums.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like it's the steel drums that you had from when you were in like Calypso band, which is like a marching band that they have in the parade for Old Home Days. Right? So it's like a little, it's not like a full set of steel drums that Beckney's trying to like carry down the stairs. It's like a little one that you would wear in a marching band if you had a Calypso marching band.
Right.
Which you do at the Highland Falls Memorial Elementary School.
So Beckney runs downstairs with that, and kind of like thrusts it at Pyron, like, "Where's them up with the music?"
Okay, sure.
We're gonna leave it there, and we're going to go back in time a little bit to Sage and Callie sort of walking through the town. The town is totally shut down. It's dead quiet. The moon is very full, so you can see pretty well considering, but it's just very peaceful. What do you do?
Romantic moonlight walk.
I was thinking that too. Like Callie's probably like looking at everything and then, like just rubbing the back of her neck. Just like, wow, this is if we weren't all really anxious, this would be really romantic. Don't you think?
The moon is mentioned in a lot of like romantic poetry, so yeah, that tracks. It's nice getting to walk through, town without a bunch of people. It's kind of serene.
Yeah, it's real peaceful like, and she's absolutely doing the two index fingers tapping them together nervously thing.
So I don't really know what your plans are after all of this, but and I'd like to think there's like a moment and Sage stops, turns, grabs both of Callie's hands, like, do you want to come help me enact forest revenge on a bunch of people beyond the barrier?
Amazing. Sorry, 1 second. That is not the question I was expecting.
Good.
Yeah, I think Callie blinks a few times, grabs, Sage's shoulders, and just like, absolutely I do.
Cool, because I couldn't think of a single person I would want more to come with me to possibly fight people, but also just because I really enjoy your company.
I really enjoy your company too. And yeah, I would like that too.
And a sort of very large moving object comes out of the side street and says, "Yeah, I like your company too, asshole. That's why when Mom and Dad were like, 'Hey, where's Kelly?' I was like, 'I don't know.'" And then he bangs into you and he's like, just punching you. It's Brock.
Can I roll to just put him in like a sleeper hold and just be like, shh, you're ruining a moment. Have a nap.
Sure.
All right. Usually opposed might rolls for nimbleness, or for nimbleness. Wow, what are words today? Usually for grappling, it's an opposed might roll, unless you would like me to roll something different.
Nope, that's fine.
All right. I'm going to use that advantage. Because that is a terrible roll for what I have. That is a 2. There we go. Nat 20. It's a 42 total.
Okay, so Yes, so you can, but I think that you see that he's crying. So as you're like, he is punching you and he's crying. And so what do?
Well, he's definitely still getting, the headlock. But as soon as Callie can see that he's crying, she'll probably, not, be quite as rough and just kind of grumble, be like, "Oh, you're ruining a moment."
You're ruining my life.
I didn't.
he's like-
How did I ruin your life?
Like,
Stop.
wiping his eyes, and he's like, "How can you just leave? You just left. Like, why do you just hate everyone? Like, what am I supposed to tell mom and dad? And kill them with worry? Like, you can't just leave and go off with your whatever."
So I should have left a note, but I don't know how to write, so that is kind of a problem. But yeah, I'm sorry I made you all worry. The adults here were being really, really not great, and I decided
you were also being really, really not great when you just left me here.
Well, I was gonna be
I don't
leaving in a
come
year
up here-
anyways.
I don't come up here for the whole summer just to screw around. I come up here to keep an eye on you. You can't just, I'm your brother. You can't just leave me. What, now I'm an adult who's not being cool? You're the one not being cool. You just left your whole family without even telling us? You let me think you were like dead or run away or something?
Yeah, I should have left a note. I'm sorry.
It's fine if you don't want to be a farmer, okay? But you can't just leave. Just because you don't care about what we care about doesn't mean we don't care about you.
I know, I appreciate that, but everybody, my friends were in trouble and needed to go, and, I didn't really think about, people worrying or anything. I was just like, they already know I'm going to leave next year anyway, so what's the difference? And I didn't want to, alert everybody and then basically snitch on my friends who were leaving, so I just sort of left.
That's not cool. You can't just go away. You couldn't have taken 2 seconds to tell me you were leaving?
Well, I honestly didn't know if you would snitch or not.
Well, if you are gonna leave, fine. But if you want your family, you have to think about what you do, how it impacts other people. Right? We already know that you're going to be in danger all the time. Because that's how that's fine. But, you have to remember that there are people at home who care about you, who don't know what's going on. And you left me to tell our parents that you had disappeared. And if you're doing something that you're worried about snitches, then maybe it's not the right thing to do.
I mean, you do kind of tattle a lot on stuff that's okay, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Next time, I will let you know before I run off and do something cool and adventurous and not boring. But I'm sorry I made you worry. You're still ruining a moment, but I do love and care about you, and I'm sorry I made you worry.
I don't care. Go make out. Then run away. Again, do whatever you want. Just because you think my life is boring.
Callie just turned
you.
beet red at that, by the way.
Do it. Do it right now. Woo! And this is so romantic. And he starts singing this really cheesy love song, completely deadpan.
Callie just flexes her arm muscle a little bit, just enough to remind Brock, hi, I can knock you out.
Right, he does not care. He is so angry. And he's like, fine, I'm going back to bed, fine. You go tell mom and dad, you don't tell them, I'll tell them what you did, or I won't tell them what you did, you are not my problem anymore, but when you are done with this romantic makeout session, you need to think about the fact that you can be respectful of other people's choices and caring about people who aren't you. And he like wiggles his way out and he stomps away. He gives you the finger. He's so mad. He stomps back towards the inn.
Callie just shakes her head. It's like, I really got to learn how to write a note.
So he's just like off to the side, pointedly staring at a wall, not listening.
Sorry
like,
about that.
Oh, are you done? Cool.
Yeah, he was kind of more upset about the whole thing than I expected him to be.
We should go now.
Yeah, let's walk to Faunus's place. Would you maybe, wanna hold hands on the way there?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'm beginning to think that this is... Oh, this is romantic!
Awesome. And so we're going to sort of leave you guys there on your way to Faunus, and we're going to go back to see Veshna. And Veshna, what have you been doing during this time? How is progress on the dishes?
I think the progress on the dishes is really going well. I think that she's got like enough for breakfast service going. And she's got like a couple tubs of water that she has boiled on the stove to like...
Wait, how much light is there?
I think that there's a couple of like for when it's rainy and like overcast. I think that there's the big, I think the fire that is always going because he's going to have to start bread as soon as he gets up. So I don't think that's ever really allowed to go out. So I think there is some, and I think that there's some lanterns kind of, I imagine it like there's the hearth kind of at the back and then like a long table island situation in the middle and then counters along the outside. And I think that she's kind of organizing and cleaning the prep area in the middle, and there's like some lanterns that she has lit. Not like a lot.
Okay. So I think you hear your dad coming down the stairs, and he's coming down a set of stairs that are like the front stairs, that aren't necessarily like the stairs you usually would use to go up to like your family apartment. He's just sort of like making it around, and he comes downstairs and he sighs and he starts putting out the lanterns because he's definitely sort of half asleep and thinking that maybe Brock or whoever else has left them on. So he's sort of slowly making his way around the room, turning off like putting out the lights.
I think she sort of sighs pretty loudly and then goes and gets like the thing and puts them back on and is like, you're gonna be serving breakfast on banana leaves if you don't let me finish.
And he just takes, and I think he just looks at you and like drops the lantern and it shatters. And he just sort of blinks at you.
Does it start like a fire?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, good.
Maybe if there were a few more episodes left.
She just kind of like stands there.
And he just comes over and he just hugs you.
I think she's kind of surprised a little bit, and like after a second, I think she totally hugs back, and I think she immediately starts crying.
Yeah, he is also crying. And I think he's like patting your hair. And after a couple minutes, he like sort of takes you and like pulls you aside. So he's still holding on to you, but he sort of like wants to be able to look at you a little bit, but he doesn't want to let go of you. And he says, now there's a mess in the dining room again.
I figured. And I think she kind of is like, cool, I guess that's what I'm gonna get. And she kind of goes back and is like, I'll be done here in like a little while and I'll go in there. It'll be ready by the time they start rolling in.
And I think like he pulls you back in to hug you again, and he says, I was really afraid when you were gone.
So me too. But yeah. I learned a lot, but I don't know who you're gonna want me to serve dinner to. I know Wisteria is probably gone. And
he just sort of looks at you and he says, hey, stop. I was worried about you and I missed you. I'm glad you're back. We'll serve dinner. It's in like 18 hours.
You wanted, I meant last time you got mad and you were mad at me, and you wanted me to serve dinner to Wisteria, and I was just letting you know that I don't know who you're going to want me to serve dinner to this time, because all of
Veshna, honey, I'm sorry. I'm so glad you're home. Come sit down. You don't need to do dishes.
I think she kind of just sits and is like, I think it's like the first time you could see that she's just fucking exhausted. Right. And like, it's been like the emotional exhaustion is now coming up with like some significant physical exhaustion. And I think she kind of sits down and sort of is still partially like waiting for like, I feel like their relationship has been very close, but I think that as she has gotten more adventurous, it's been a lot more like lectures, because he feels like he should be doing that. And so I think she's kind of like, doesn't really know how to traverse this new version of her father. And she sort of, after silence, I think she's like, so I can turn into a fox outside of the barrier. That was kind of fun.
So you were outside the barrier?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I can become a fox. But if I do a lot,
your mom told me that she could turn into a fox, but I never got to see it.
Oh no. Apparently, I guess if you do it too many times, you die or you get really wrinkly. I was kind of unclear on that, but there's more.
And he takes like another lantern and he looks at you really carefully and he says, well, you do look a little older, but not any wrinklier. I think I've still got you beat. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean,
See this one right here? That's a new one. I got that one from doing this while you were gone.
I mean, you could have been doing dishes. And she's gonna kind of gesture, like, and jokingly kind of
Right.
like, I imagine it is like, it's like, you know, when you're in college and nobody wants to do dishes, so
Right.
you use everything that
Right.
everyone's mom or dad, aunt, grandma gave them, and you're like, okay, now I'm eating off of, you know, Aunt Luann's fine china for my Easy Mac because, yeah.
I've been trying to get Brock to do them. It hasn't worked out very well.
It's too many steps, Dad. It's too many.
Way
steps.
too many steps.
So yeah, I mean, we went outside the barrier and it was weird. Beckney found a baby goblin. So that was a lot.
What did he do with it?
It's here. They're on their way to Faunus's. Beckney and Pyron have to go talk to the mayor with the other 12 fox girls, children.
There were more. Wait. You found other foxes?
Yeah. Yeah. There's a bunch of us. Apparently, them, us. I'm not really sure. That. But yeah, we ran. Fen.
You know, your mother. She loved to adventure, and she loved games, and she would turn everything into games. And I don't know how many dishes they've done, but if it was competitive, your mother actually really liked doing chores because she could beat me every single time, as long as it was some sort of adventure or game.
The foxes wanted to see how many mice we could catch. I wasn't very good at it at first, but I got better. They're here. I sent them to run interference for Pyron and Beckney with the mayor. I think he'll like them. They don't believe me, but I mean, it'll at least give them time to, I don't know, do some acrobatics or something. And I think she's kind of like looking like Daddy, I'm sorry I left, but like, I don't want to be like, you know, like, I don't want to embroider, and I don't want to be like Wisteria, where my whole world is this little tiny place. And the only thing that I care about is this little tiny place. And I'm not gonna be, you know, sitting in a front window and sewing, and I'm not gonna be like, I don't know, I'm not gonna be going to long cigarette and little tiny scarf classes, and I don't know, but I think I kind of like adventuring too. And, you know, I mean, considering that we had no idea what we were doing, I think we did okay. I mean, we found Fen's real family. That was pretty wild. We found these goblins and learned all about their town, and Beckney met other goblins, which is a big deal. And I think Pyron's gonna finally be able to tell the mayor that that he doesn't really want to be mayor and that he wants to do other stuff. And Callie learned that, like, you know, that they're really good at stuff, and maybe they don't do it by like reading and writing and math the way the other kids do, but that Callie can do other things. And, Sage already, I think, kind of knew everything, but I think Sage learned that Sage doesn't know everything. And I think that was kind of a really big deal. And I don't think any of us would have known any of that stuff if we hadn't gone away. And so I'm sorry that we made everyone sad, but I can't really say that I'm sorry that we went.
And I think you're sitting on like a little couch,
Mm-hmm.
and he's sitting next to you, and he just sort of puts his arm around you and like pulls you in so that you can lay your head on his shoulder if you want to.
Yeah, I think she does. And she's like, I shouldn't have, been mad about it, but we've been trying to get out there a long time, and we did. And I think it was important. I understand why we have the barrier, because people are afraid of magic and are afraid of what happens if you use it. And I get it. And I know why people made that choice. But I don't always know if it's fair that the people who got to make a choice also get to make a choice for everyone else.
And he sort of sighs and says, your mother was adventuring when she came here. She felt like here was the adventure because she was from outside the bubble. And she came and she stayed. And she never went home. And then she died. And I never knew how to tell them because I didn't know where they were. And they still probably don't know if she's adventuring or alive or what's going on with her. And for me, this town is enough. I like being here and hearing all the stories, and it's hard for me to imagine that you or your mom or anyone would leave this to go somewhere else. I know that that's true. I hear what you're saying, but it's hard for me to imagine. Just like it's probably hard for you to imagine that I would want to stay here.
No.
And
it's not that it's like bad or that there's anything wrong with it. It's like, remember when we used to go to the library and Mr. Pettigrew told me that the books for kids were on the shelves that kids could reach? And do you remember how Mr. Pettigrew learned that he needed to bolt the bookshelves into the wall? Because I figured if I could get to the other bookshelves, then those would be books for me too.
Well, I do remember that because that's when that was before Ptolemy came and was the librarian. I think you sent Pettigrew over the edge.
I mean, I'm not.
I don't blame you. That guy was a jerk.
Yeah, I just
He had a terrible nonfiction section.
it was really, really unforgivable. It's not like it's home is bad and away is good. I want to be able to explore. And that will mean here, and it might mean away. I don't know. I just think there's more things for me to learn.
And he looks at you and he says, well, if you can promise me that you will be here in the morning, I think the first thing you need to explore is a good night's sleep, because you look really tired. Why don't you go to bed? And I'll start the bread. And we can talk about this after the breakfast service.
Can we retcon that we said we meet at Pyron's after breakfast? Because I feel like sunrise with the timeline that we've said is like a little bit weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
That's
works for
fine.
me.
Okay. I think that she's also going to turn and say, "Oh, and Dad, I'm going to take over the unused remember when you tried to have that function room? We're going to have a league of children who are all friends." I think she kind of smiles and like stretches and takes off her apron, like kind of like in that way that like kids are like, "I am officially done with this now. Here it will lie for eternity." And she goes like up the stairs and like I think just sort of flops into bed and is like happy, likes being in her bed.
Awesome. So I think that we should take a quick break there because speaking of things that need to be in their bed, I have many small redheaded children who are not in their beds because I'm solo parenting tonight. So I need to go harass small children, and then when we come back, maybe they'll be asleep. They won't be asleep.
All right. Yeah, we're going to take a 15-minute break, so go hydrate, grab snacks, put children to bed if you need to, and we will be right back with the second half of our finale.
I'm happy to report that my children are upstairs. I cannot say that they are asleep, but hopefully they will stay upstairs. I put the probability of us seeing a small child on this stream at 40%. So we'll see. That's pretty good. So really quickly, what is Fen doing?
So Finn is kind of finished showing. I think there was a weird moment of tension when they first got like inside of the kind of cave area, just because of what had gone down, and then like after a second, Finn starts showing the different like. No, that is entirely incorrect. As soon as they're in the cave, Finn is going over to Bubbles. 100%. That is definitely what Finn is doing. I think maybe Finn even starts to say something and then is like, "Oh no, Bubbles," and is right over there. And I think that Bubbles is probably not doing really well because Bubbles is old and hasn't had his like healing stuff in a little while. So I think Finn just kind of just picks Bubbles up and puts him back inside and just kind of lets the magic do the magic thing. Starts to kind of swim around a little bit more. Yeah, so this was home, and this is Bubbles. He's a little old, so he needs a little bit of help most days.
Una has the reaction of when someone that you didn't know is a cat person meets your cat. Right? And they're like obsessed with your cat and you're like, great. Like, and it's fine, but it just takes you aback a little bit because you're like, I like my cat. But then some people really like your cat way more than you expect them to. It's that reaction. And they are like cooing. It's almost like you have disappeared and they are like cooing at Bubbles.
Yeah, that's I actually have some others too. If you want to see, I actually kind of have something in mind for them. And Finn will go over and start showing Una the various like different colors and patterns of like pseudo magical fish that they've kind of managed to breed, like the weird like light shows and things that happen on them. And it's just like yeah. So
Finn, these are beautiful.
Thanks. I appreciate that. They've listened to me say a lot of words. They're very patient. Very
Can
patient
I hold
fish.
one?
Yeah, definitely. Just they're all pretty friendly.
All right, so they're gonna put their hand in and see if some of them will like swim up their arm a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure like one of the black ones with like the kind of like almost lightning pattern purple will swim up and just, you know, they're a little frolicky fish. They have a good time.
Are you gonna bring them?
No, it's not their home. But I don't really think it feels right to leave them in here either. And so I'm gonna let them into the river because everybody else should get to see something that brings me so much joy too. Just sometimes people need a reminder that there's more going on than what they thought. And maybe they'll look outside the bubble in the future. Also, Wisteria really hated them, and I think it's going to be great to have them swimming in the river just as a reminder that
Oh yeah,
I was still here.
I'm all for this.
Yeah, do you want to help me like erode some of these banks? Bubbles is coming with us. Bubbles is coming with us. But the rest of them, yeah. No, if you want to if you'd like to give me a hand, kind of. I'd like to let them out.
Are you happy? Are you all right?
I know that I might not be all right today or tomorrow, but I can see that in the future I will be, and it's more hope than I've had in a little while. Things look like they were going to get a little, just a little predictable. Not even predictable, because there's nothing wrong with that. Things looked like they would kind of all be decided for me in a place that I already didn't fit. So it's nice to. It's scary. I mean, it's honestly terrifying, but it's nice to see that that there's hope down the road.
It's good to do something and not just wait.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do something, and I know that the lake has ties with the goblins, but I would like to reach out to the Lucrocata in the community. They're in danger, and I feel like the lake should be a safe place for them. But that's the thing. That's the thing that I thought about. But I don't know. We found one that was hurt, and it really stayed with me. And then we found it later, and it was killed. And it looks like the humans outside the bubble drained it dry for its magic. And that's why this stone is so important to me, because it gave me it left the stone here when it fell in and we found it hurt. It came through that hole over there, and it was what I needed to see to know that the world was bigger than this stream. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with it, but I know that the water might be slow, but eventually it'll win. And I think that I've not been moving for long enough. I think it's time to move.
Well, let's start with the fish.
Right, the fish.
Also, I can pull rank every once in a while if I have to.
I mean, that is gonna be nice. It'll be. I appreciate that. That was really cool what you did back there too. Just the ice crown, really great.
It's a Una thing.
Yeah.
I don't get to use it very often. I'm not usually that angry.
Well, that's good to know. Yeah, okay. Cool. Let's get these little guys out and give the people a light show to wake up to, yeah?
Let's do it. And so, yeah, I sort of, if we like pull out, we can see, I think, why don't you describe what happens in the cave, and then I'll describe sort of what happens like from above.
I think that it's just kind of the two of them moving the current kind of between the kind of shore area and the little pools out, just back and forward, so that it just wears the gravel away, and they just, one after the other, let them all out and give them a little bit of a safe ride through the rougher parts of there, because that's a lot for the poor fish. And once that's done, it's just still the nice but a little bit more empty cave. And if any of them didn't want to leave, then Finn wasn't going to shove them out. But I think, after an hour or two, they kind of look around and grab the things that they need to grab, and are ready to leave and say goodbye, and I would just like for the camera to pause for just a second on a spot on the wall that looks like it has a little bit less dust than everywhere else. Just like a little square-ish area that looks like there was something there for a little bit that's not there anymore.
Awesome. And I think we see like all the lights of the fish sort of like coming out, and a lot of them sort of end up in that like public swimming pool and everywhere, right? So now all around the edge of the town are like all these sort of random little lights in the water. And we probably see like Madeline and Marie-Ange and like Novat like, ooh, what is this out here? This is very strange. This is going to, perhaps this shall impact the river travels. And they scamper home to tell their mother about the new happenings in the river. So that brings us back to Pyron. Pyron, what have you decided to do? What instrument are you playing, and what have you decided to do?
Yeah, so Beckney brought down the steel drum. I don't know. I don't have a specific song, but I think I'm gonna try and just improvise some sort of melody to like one of those alarm clock alerts that like gradually increases in over time. It's like supposed to be like a smoother wake, with the goal of waking Dad or Mayor up, not suddenly with all 12 of these fox girls in his face.
Okay, why don't you roll like for the performance here?
Would that be art?
Art?
Am I wrong?
It must be
Perhaps.
art. Yeah.
Okay, I can do some art. 23.
Okay, yeah. So I think it kind of goes as you would expect. And with a 23, and so sort of slowly the drums are getting louder, and like all the sort of fox girls are like peeking up their heads at you, because this is still, now we're at like 3:30 in the morning. Right? And so you're like literally playing steel drums.
As the gentle calypso music starts playing.
Right. The beautiful sounds of calypso fill the Page mansion, and Uncle Toots is like, what the hell? from the basement where he sleeps with the books, and he starts to wander his way up, and all the fox girls like immediately like sort of sit up and are like, and cock their heads the way that foxes do, and are like, we haven't heard calypso music before. And slowly and ponderously, in the way of a giant pangolin, the mayor sort of opens his eyes and sort of is trying to figure out what's happening, and sort of turns and looks towards the sound of the music, and is immediately pummeled by very many fox girls kissing him. And he's like, oh, Jesus. It's like, and he is very overwhelmed and half asleep. What do you do?
I'm probably continuing to play for awkwardly long, because after I stop the music, I'm gonna have to say something. So it's not stopping at like the appropriate beat. It's going a little bit too long.
You're just like stalling with the music,
Yeah.
like looping a bit of it.
Oh.
I think Beckney will come in and start trying to corral the foxes away, not saying anything to Dad, but very much giving Pirate a look of like, I'm gonna do this, but you gotta do your thing.
I think he's sort of like pulling them away, and then like very serious, like greeting each one with a handshake. And they're like, okay, like kind of totally unrepentant, and are just sort of sitting there. And he turns and he looks at you, Pyron. What do you do?
Uh, Hello, Mayor. Um, how are you?
This is an odd time to call a meeting.
It is, but waiting any time after this would I feel like would have been the oddness would have continued to propagate. It would have gotten worse.
This is fair. It is generally my expectation that you will share your itinerary with me at least a week in advance before you do traveling.
That is an expectation that I feel like in the past we have a good history of meeting, and this was very much a last minute schedule change when I had to run away.
This seems an inefficient use of your time.
What part?
The running away part.
See, you say that. If anything, the running away happening when it did, really may just speak to my my work ethic and my efficiency, because I thought I was way ahead of schedule. Completed that project much earlier than initially projected, because I figured we'd have to do that later on eventually once you realized I can't be mayor.
And he just sort of blinks at you. This running away is about being mayor?
Well, not because I was so like I assumed I'd have to leave eventually because of that, because so at first I didn't think it would be that big a deal. I mean, I kind of thought you'd Larkin or somebody would have made the suggestion that maybe I'm not the best candidate for mayor at some point, and but I figured eventually we'd get there and it'd be fine and I would do other stuff in town. But then, because Uncle Toots is happy and Uncle Toots is great, and we love Uncle Toots, and then Uncle Toots said that he was a disappointment and not to be like Uncle Toots and be mayor, and that I didn't want to. So if I couldn't be mayor, and then I didn't want to be here and not be mayor, so that kind of just left not being here at some point. And I thought if I could impress Wisteria and travel, and everybody was so impressed with her, and that's something that you could still be proud of if like I went and like was on tour with her. That's a good reason to be away without having to be weird about it. And then that didn't work out, and they started screaming, and then I ran away. Yeah, that's what happened.
So I think Uncle Toots wanders up and is like, hey, whoa, what is going on up here? We have so many people over. You can have a party without me. Whoa, Pyron, are these all your girlfriends?
Hi, Uncle Toots.
Is that a no or a yes?
You're ruining a moment, Uncle Toots.
Really? Because I thought it was kind of tense before. I was just like kind of trying to, put some levity in the situation.
I think Beckney is going to kind of swoop over to the snack table and scoop that up and just kind of like just try to corral Uncle Toots like out of the room.
Right, and he gives you like a big wink, Pyron. He's like, I just like it seemed kind of tense in here. Yeah, and I think all the Fox girls are super into it. And Pouncing says, Pyron, is this your dad?
Yes, this is the mayor. Mayor, this is Pouncing.
And he looks at Pouncing and is like, I'm very pleased to meet you. And Pouncing says, do you always sleep? Do you have bed? Do you have beds here? Pyron, do you have beds here?
Yeah, we have beds.
Does your dad always not sleep in beds? Does he sleep in the window? Are we gonna sleep in the window now?
I mean, I've never seen him sleep in the window before, but also we're usually in bed first, so I guess I've never seen him sleeping. So maybe?
And the mayor's like, I do not sleep at the window. I do not typically sleep at the window, Pyron.
I don't know. Your adults have secrets.
And Uncle Tooth is like, no, dude, he's looking for you. Oh, am I not supposed to say that? And then he looks at Peck and he's like, I just keep saying like really embarrassing things because it makes the situation way funnier.
Are you hungry, Uncle Toots? Because I'm kind of hungry. I could go for some snacks.
Yeah, let's get some popcorn and sit here and watch this.
Maybe we could start a fire because it's late at night and maybe they'll need some. And Beckney's definitely like looking back at Pyre like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, and Uncle Toots is all for making popcorn and just like watching. He's like,
I think Beckney's gonna try to like get Uncle Toots to start a fire like in the other room while this is going on.
And the mayor sort of looks at you, sort of disapprovingly, Pyron, and says, it was my expectation that as my offspring, you would wish to be mayor. However, I see that is not so. You are absolutely 100% not allowed to go on tour with Wisteria.
Was there did she file like an official injunction? She was very upset.
Very upset. Our crystal collection has not entirely recovered. It was very noteworthy.
Well,
and Uncle Tooth is like, he means hilarious! He means hilarious!
I mean, it might not have been, my music might not have been good enough to impress Wisteria here, but it was pretty good once, we got magic and stuff. That made it real. It was pretty great.
If you wish to do music, you will need to improve.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to send you to Bardic school, if that is what you wish.
I mean, mate.
And Uncle Toots is like, but you gotta do a better job than he did! Because then, otherwise you might come back and dropping out after a semester with a baby, am I right?
What?
This sort of looks. And he's like, your input is not needed, to Tolmas.
That was so much information.
Perhaps it is time for a snack. And the foxes are like, yeah, snacks, woo! And everybody's sort of having popcorn. What happens now, Beckney?
Beckney's not saying anything. Beckney's definitely like handing out snacks, making sure everyone's got a place to sit, maybe some cushions. Beckney is playing like homemaker and hoping that Byron doesn't actually need them because they don't know what the hell to do.
And Pouncing is absolutely sitting like right next to the mayor, being like, I want to be the mayor. That sounds fun. What are we gonna do first? Do we get to bang the gong? Let's have a meeting. You have so many papers. I want to have some papers. Let's send Pyron away to school. Pyron, you need to go to school. It is my expectation that you will go to school. Is that good? How am I doing?
That was pretty good.
Am I good? Am I doing a good job? And the mayor's just kind of like, yeah, yes, I guess so. And she's like, yay! And she gives him this big hug, and he's like, like, she's completely unrepentant at his discomfort. And he just sort of like pushes the brochure towards you.
Well, yeah, Byron will take it and start looking at it. That was a lot of information in the process.
He's like, he is absolutely not making eye contact with you. He is completely mortified.
No, Byron's gone deep into this. Like, wait, he went to Bard's
And they're like completely.
Wait, what if that's? Is that what I'm gonna turn into?
And it's in that part where everyone's like kind of pretending that didn't happen. And Uncle Toots is like, this is great. Oh, the family's together again. This is so fun. Are these, yeah, what else is going on? Anything else exciting happening around here? Are these foxes gonna come live with us? We have a lot of empty rooms.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think they are.
And they're all like, yay!
I'm not sure unless Veshna had something planned. I'm not sure.
And I think the mayor who is now being like covered with fox kisses, is like, it is my expectation that everyone will go to bed in their beds, and that people who do not currently have beds will be assigned beds by Tutolmus, and that we will reconvene in the morning for breakfast. Is this acceptable? And Pouncing's like, we're gonna put it to a vote. 2/3 majority. Everybody's paws up for bedtime. And the mayor looks at her and says, this is actually just a simple majority. The 2/3 majority is only for when we're changing the articles. And she's like, noted. Simple majority rules. Let's go to bed. And all the Alexis are like, bedtime. And she's like, love you, Dad. And she gives him like a big kiss and like runs off to bed. And he's like very bemused. It's been a lot for the mayor tonight. It's been a lot of feelings all at once. And he sort of like wanders off towards the master bedroom. And that leaves just Pyron and Beckney and Uncle Toots. Uncle Toots is sort of like, he just sort of pointed in the direction of that like empty wing of the house. And the Fox girls have sort of poured up the stairs.
I didn't see any of that coming.
Well, this was fun. This is a good time. Glad you came back, Pyron. Beckney, it's been kind of boring without you. It's gonna be a good time. Oh man, I don't get my brother that good very often. And he sort of wanders off. And now it's just the two of you.
Beckney's gonna start putting the fire out, because I guess we don't need that anymore.
I was just like helping clean up and just like still absent-minded look on his face. That was weird.
Are we grounded?
I don't know.
It didn't sound like we were grounded.
No.
Do you think what Uncle Toot said was true? About the mayor?
Oh. I don't know.
I didn't think boy pangolins could get pregnant.
I mean, it doesn't sound like it would have been the mayor, but like, I don't know.
Oh. Oh. Beckney's gonna pull Pyron in for a quick hug, like between moving plates and putting the fire out. Just like one of those, like, one-armed, I'm still holding something else, kind of like, let's get this done and go to bed. Because I think Beckney's realizing how tired they are.
Same. I think Pyron is just like tired and confused.
Awesome. So that puts us back to Sage and Callie. And I think some time has passed, and you are now sort of entering the little glen of Faunus. And I don't know, what time do you think it is now, Sage?
I actually have not thought about how far away it is from there.
It doesn't. There's literally no wrong answer.
I know. I'm just thinking now. I guess it's 3:30. 4 a.m. 4 a.m.
Right, so it's 4, and it's in that time where the moon is basically set, and it's kind of dark, but it's the pre-dawn, and the birds are starting to sing. And I think as you come in, maybe one of the chickens like gives you a little like squawk, like a little hello squawk from their like roost by the roof of the little house.
Sage will absolutely give them a pet. It is important to love your chickens.
Mm-hmm. If we have learned nothing else in our lives, that is a true fact. So what do you do?
I feel like Sage is just going to pop their head in and be like, because it's entirely possible that Faunus is already waking up.
Oh, Faunus is for sure awake.
Perfect.
Clearly. But I don't know that Faunus sleeps much.
That's what I was thinking also. So if Sage pops their head
I'm
in.
not sure Sage sleeps much.
Yep.
And probably Faunus less.
So they'll pop their head and be like, I got your letter and I'm home now.
Excellent.
I have brought Callie with me.
And our question: are Callie and Sage still holding hands, or have they let go?
I totally conceivably could have pet the chicken with one hand, so we could still be holding hands.
Okay. I think Callie will let go for a second to wave, and then realize, oh, sorry, my hand's kind of sweaty. Just like wipe her hand on her pants and then wave.
And yeah,
Hi.
and I think Faunus looks at you with some deep concern and hands you a small hand towel.
I love that. Yeah, Kelly's. We'll take that and just sort of rub her hand again with it. Oh, thank you. Nice to see you.
Cauliflower. I have heard much about you. Welcome. It is very early. I do not usually take guests this early, but I would be happy to start some tea.
Oh, tea sounds great. I'm kind of sleepy.
You are welcome to have some tea and stay up, or if you desire some sleep, you are welcome to sleep as well.
Oh, thank you. Very, very kind. And she's just sort of sleepily, is just sort of standing there. Like, kind of doing that little swaying thing a little bit,
Right.
like when you're super, super tired.
So I'm going to say that there's like a big cushion on the floor, sort of over by the stove.
They're just gonna like guide Callie and like sit her down. And, like, you can rest now if you'd like.
Okay, if you're sure, I'll just rest my eyes and I'll be right here.
Okay.
And like 60 seconds later, if that.
Totally asleep. Yeah.
Loud snoring.
Satriel says hi. Also, I met Satriel.
Yes, I have heard this because Satriel is on the other side of the border. On the other side, Satriel has made it here before you and is on the other side of the barrier to help you with your task.
I had best go quickly then. I did not think that they would be here so fast.
It is not so urgent that you cannot stop and tell me how you are doing.
Okay.
We will need, I understand we will need another member of your party anyway, who does not seem to be here.
I told Beckney to catch up with us when they're awake. Or
it is wise to allow them to sleep.
Never a good idea to do magic when you're tired.
You have learned a lot. I understand that the other sage is with Satriel in case there is trouble. They are much impressed by your cauliflower.
Well, it's good that they know that she's my cauliflower.
It is very clear.
Excellent. And Sage like stops for a second and then goes, ah!
And I think Fauna just comes over and like gives you a hug. It says,
Honest, I was not expecting to do this in my life. I did not think this was for me. Hence why I did not even realize it until tonight. There are many things I still don't know.
there are many things that we all still did not know. You are doing fine. You will figure it out. There's no hurry.
Oh, I have decided that I have to go and help the Leprechados on the other side because they are being hunted for their magic blood. So I think that's what I would like to do now. Next.
You will need some additional training, perhaps.
That would be welcome.
If you are successful in your mission to create a doorway, perhaps Satriel and I can make a plan to help you be ready.
That would be most welcome, as I have not thought about what I am doing, except that I am doing it.
This is off in the way. This is off in the way with you, Stickling.
I've always considered myself to be well planned out ahead.
I have not seen Satriel in very many years. I am hoping that you are successful in your task.
I've got this. Me and my friends and I have got this. But we are going to do it over, in the forest so that people don't know about it.
You are welcome to do it close to the house if you think that would be helpful. Satriel seems to think that you will need to find a tree that is growing through and somehow figure out a way to make a doorway through the tree.
Okay. That is a lot to consider. And then Sage trails off for a second, then realizes something and then goes in for a hug. I have done this all out of order. Faunus, it is good to see you again, and I missed you.
And I have missed you, but I can see that you have had many good adventures.
We found a baby, got and then like Sage like looks down and it's literally holding Leo. It's like, oh, look.
Hello, small one.
I forgot that we had the goblin.
And I think that Fauna sort of takes the baby and said, "You have not stolen it."
It was abandoned. I spoke to some.
I should rephrase. I did not think that you had stolen it, but no one stole it. No one has stolen this child.
No one has stolen the child. The child was left. So now it's ours, kind of, communally. Mostly Beckney's, I think.
It will be lucky to have so many parents. Well, you were speaking and I interrupted you. You met
Sylvans. I spoke with Sylvans.
That is quite an honor.
It was. And I imagine we could do like a small fadeaway while Sage talks about everything that happened so as not to continue to slow down.
Awesome. And yeah, and I think probably after I'm gonna say that the baby was asleep because it's 3:30 in the morning. And so we could snuggle the baby up with Callie as they sort of chit chat and make plans. So is there anything anyone needs to do before we fast forward in time to everyone connecting again?
I was just gonna say that, yeah, when you go to like put the baby with Callie, however big the cushion is, Callie is taking up as much space of the cushion as she physically possibly can, just completely sprawled out and still snoring very ungracefully.
Awesome.
I think that there's a moment where Finn kind of picks up the last remaining pieces of the decorations that Wisteria gave them, like before all this really kicked off, that were still hanging around in the cove, and makes a point to leave the Wisteria's room.
Good. And so yeah, I would say the elders are like sort of pointedly not there. There's pointedly no one there at like the entire time.
Yeah, just what you get sometimes. Yeah, no malicious, no breaking the place in or anything. Just leaving a few pieces of accessory just there. That's it.
And Una is gonna look at you and say, "Okay, you ready?"
Yeah. I'm ready to leave. Let's go tell everyone goodbye.
I haven't been away from home this long. I'll be glad to go back.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be glad to go back with you.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see a little Snippy and Bubbles play. I hope Bubbles doesn't play too rough.
Good, because little Simpy, he looks scary, but he's really a nice little crab.
Bubbles, when Bubbles is feisty, Bubbles is a bucket full for sure.
I'm sure we can rearrange things. There's more than enough room in the alcove.
Oh, while we're here, do we want to see if we can get I'm sure Veshna could get us like an empty barrel or something for little Snippy if they're getting a little cramped in the fridge horn.
Oh, that'd be great.
You know, just the next upgrade, just ready. We're just conveniently waiting. I'm sure there's some somewhere. We can find something. We don't have to bother Veshna, but I'm sure there's something.
And I think that is very meaningful to Una, that you are thinking about little Snippy, and they're very pleased with just the fact that you're like thinking about that. So now what? Everybody ready to sort of gather back together?
Yeah, I think so.
If I may. So I imagine that like Peru kind of wakes up and like doesn't really, Veshna sort of comes down like super late for breakfast. I think Peru was kind of like half worried that he might actually leave. So like they eat a big breakfast. I think they have like a really good conversation, and I think it's like some time passes, and then I think like Peru sees all of these builders walking by the windows of the walking by the windows of the inn to like the back. Like I imagine the inn is on like a corner, and they had like, you know, like how restaurants when they have like their Oktoberfest, they have like a little shed where they like serve like their deck patio beverages out of. I think that there's one of those for like the outdoor time, maybe like, you know, January Fest. And Peru.
Yeah, it's old home days. It's Highland Falls days.
Apple cider time. And I think that
River Truffle Fest.
Yeah, duh. I think Peru goes out there and sees Veshna with a hard hat on, with like blueprints, arguing with a builder about like, and then there's like this crane lifting up a sign that says the League of Adventuring Kids who are also friends within respectable boundaries. And I think like she's and then she kind of looks up and she's like, oh, Daddy, gotta go. I gotta meet Pyron and them. I'll be back. And I think there's all these like construction people who are putting in like, they're making it like wheelchair accessible, and they're adding like the proper counter height and like OSHA and whatnot.
And Peru's like, 2 questions.
Daddy, construction timelines are very tight. Like we accepted a bid, okay. I'm going to be able to hear this, but this might,
Veshna, you just ran away, and I thought
you thought I was what? You skipped.
I thought you were dead. I thought you might be dead, and you ran away. Could you please let me ask you 2 questions?
Okay. Yeah, of course. Yes.
Could you please tell me if you're leaving again?
What? No, I'm not going. I'm not leaving. Daddy, I'm setting up the league. It's
right, but you just said you have to go meet some people, and the last time you weren't 100% sure you were leaving, you just left. I'm just saying, could you just tell me? Really?
Okay. I'm sorry. I get that. Yes. Yep.
And do you need a flag?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. I think that it.
So what font do you want it in?
Ooh, oh man.
Just think about it. I'll set it up. If you tell me what font, I can cross stitch it for you.
I've always been a Baskerville old face kind of gal. There's something heavy about it, but I really think that if we go with the expanded bold variation, because I think it gives it that real punch.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yes. Great addition. You know that I was the debutante of the Children of the League of Children Who Aren't Your Friends, embroidery debutante when I was your age. That, Daddy, I know that that's an explanation for you, but for me, that is a source of a lot more questions. But no,
my point is, I can do boldface. I can do boldface italic extended if you want.
Oh. Well,
I'll mock up a couple and you can tell me which way.
Yeah, because there will also be backpacks and tablecloths. So I think that, let me run it around in my brain. I have a creative team. I'll be meeting with them over lunch.
I'll set up a series of monograms also that you can choose from for the backpacks.
I know how I love a monogram.
I do.
And I think
you know how you love a monogram.
Like a big hug, like the hug like a kid gives their parent, like, yay! And she'll be like, no, I just have to go make sure that we don't have to bust Pyron and Beckney out of mayor jail. Yes. So I'll be back.
And you're going to tell me if you leave the town.
Yes.
Excellent.
Martin is going to be setting up some scaffolding. You don't have to worry. I did tell them that outdoor seating for dinner starts promptly at 5. And if anyone comes trying to post a bill, please remind them that there is a P.O. box and we have a system. Thank you. And she's going to sort of scamper off with her hard hat to...
I'd like to also maybe imagine that she like pushes a flowchart into his hands and he opens it up and it's like all the instructions.
Yes.
For like, did someone ask you about a bill? P.O.
Yes.
box. Are you wondering about, OSHA?
Yes.
Call this number.
Where is the apple cider stand? You didn't care for 3 years and you probably don't care now. Yeah.
Yep. So great. Okay, so we sort of see Peru like looking at the plans bemusedly but delightedly as you scamper off. So who's awake at the mayor's house?
I'm outside the mayor's house awake.
Okay.
Cooing
So
at
what time of
Lito,
day was it
probably.
again?
It's after breakfast.
I think Beckney's awake, yeah.
Because we have like 3 or 4 a.m. snaps and anxiety meetings, and then we'll sleep again.
I mean, I don't see what's so odd about that.
So I think as you come downstairs to meet your friends, you hear the mayor. The mayor is giving a full-on lecture about the zoning board of adjustment to Pouncing, who's like, but what if there's a rare tree? And he's like, exactly. This is why we have to have the plans in triplicate. And she's like, at a minimum, I mean, we can't just have rare trees get cut down because somebody wants an outhouse. And he's like, exactly. As you just sort of walk by. She's like, I think we need more biodiversity. Let's get some more mice in here. And he's like, and they're just sort of like, as they walk by, they're like talking about the zoning board of adjustment. Which, if you don't know what that is, in rural New Hampshire, it is the committee that will not allow you to build anything anywhere because they can.
I pictured that whole scene as the two of them, like, not seated anywhere talking, but just talking like a West Wing scene.
Yeah,
but just
they're,
doing
like,
a lap around the same room.
Aaron Sorkin wrote this episode of like discount Game of Thrones. Yes.
Right, and everybody else, all the other, I think some of the other foxes are like following them around, just sort of like playing, and some of them are like jumping on the couch, like from couch to couch, playing The Floor is Lava, and probably some of them with Uncle Toots. I think they've conned Uncle Toots into playing The Floor is Lava with them as you walk by. And so if you want, you can just go right out the door, or you can watch all of this chaos unfold. It is up to you.
Beckney's gonna look at Pyron like, I promised Sage I'd go help blow up the wall a bit.
Yeah, I don't want to miss that. I could come, right?
Oh yeah. I didn't know if you had to with the mayor.
No, I think we're okay for right now. Yeah. I'll let that settle down too. I'm very happy that the two of them have that, but that is going to be a lot of energy I was not prepared for.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna go by you, and like as they're talking like really animatedly about whether it's important to set up like a superintendent's board of the zoning board of adjustment, or if they can get away with just some selectmen. they are going to both give you like, first the mayor's going to give you the like I notice you nod, and then Pouncing's going to give you the I notice you nod, and then all of the frolicking foxes are going to give you the I notice you nod. But like, and every iteration is more and more ridiculous and not super like serious at all by the end. And they're just going to keep pacing around the outside of the house, which is apparently a big circle.
We should probably go before they realize we're here.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit dizzy watching, but yeah, let's.
Beckney's gonna sneak over and grab like just a small, bundle of snacks. Not just the bug snacks, maybe like normal people snacks as well. Not much, but a little bit. They haven't had breakfast yet. And then they're
Some
gonna
of
go
those eggs that the pangolins have never heard of.
Yeah, that's right.
Only through Sage have they ever known about eggs. So everybody is outside. I think we see Sage and Callie sort of come up from out of town, and we see Una and Fen coming up from sort of the beach area, and everybody sort of congregates together. What do you do?
Beckney will go over to Lido and just kind of, say good morning. And
Lido's all about coming over and seeing Beckney.
Cool.
I think Lido's also a little confused. Like, I think maybe Lido goes to like throw themselves at you and just sort of falls on the ground.
Oh, God.
And it's kind of like, huh. But if nobody makes a sound, they'll just pick themselves up. Right?
I think Beckney's like, I think Beckney was expecting they could fly too, and so it's a moment of like shared like, right, that's a thing. Okay, normal people functions.
And they're kind of like shake themselves off and like put their hands up so you can pick them up.
So Beckney will pick them up and kind of like shoulder them. Yeah. Are we ready?
How was everyone's reunions?
I think
Or
Veshna
do we want to just go?
I think Veshna launches into this story and she pulls out all of her plans for this like construction, but it's like written in crayon, like she's designed her treehouse. But she like starts to remember like, running a construction site is really stressful. There's all these questions and like the safety regulations and like, we had to have dirt pathways and I had to get abatements. I don't even know what an abatement is, but I got them. I don't know.
And out of the window pops Pouncing's head. And Pouncing's like, well, what kind of abatement did you get? Then like the mayor like pulls her back in. There's several varieties.
When Callie's all excited, or not Callie, Veshna's all excited and everything, I think Callie just kind of goes, "What? I'm glad that went well with your dad and everything. That's really good."
I'm pretty sure we're not grounded.
Well, you did really like
great.
walk out of the house, so
Yeah.
He's busy.
Veshna, I might need your help later to write a letter.
Oh, sure, totally. Yeah, we can totally do that.
All right, cool. Because I realized, Brock was being a pain in the butt as usual, but he made a good point that I probably should have let people know before I ran off. So probably gonna end up running off again. So I want to write them a letter so they don't worry.
actually, speaking of which, who is planning on running off again and who is not? I think this is an important discussion for us to have.
Well, I think if you look here, you'll see that that is really phase 3. Right now, we're sort of in phase 0. We're kind of building. But I do hope that in 18 months or so, we will be able to begin our first sort of extra barrier investigations. I'm very excited. I think we're moving along at a great timeline.
And no, Veshna, I'm certain you thought of everything, but we are going to be vetting people who know about our secret hole in the barrier, correct? We're going to be vetting people pretty strictly so that this doesn't become a huge deal.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a very extensive application process. I think it'll be good. Yes, Beckney, what's up?
Why is there an extra barrier?
Great question. And I feel like it's almost like she's in a boardroom with a whiteboard and like flip charts. And she's like, well, you see, Beckney, what that actually means is it's fancy person business speak for outside of the barrier. So there's inner barrier, which is us inside, and then there's extra barrier, which would be outside of the barrier. Our first several phases do involve covering and cataloging all of the phenomena we notice in the barrier, and then will get us to the point where we can legally rent those paddle boats, and I'm really excited for that.
Callie shares Beckney's expression.
So, Callie and I are going. Fen and Una are going now.
Yeah,
soon.
we're leaving today. We're leaving. We're leaving very soon. But I left you all with a little bit of a present for y'all, the rest of the town, and kind of just gesture behind at the almost looks like fireflies under the water, just hopping. And if y'all would do me a small kindness, can you make sure that everyone tells the elders how much they appreciate the gift? I think that would mean a lot to them.
Callie leans in and just says,
You're a terrible liar.
Is this one of those things where you're saying one thing, but it's that chasm stuff, so it means something else?
And like Sage is gonna give Callie a little like head nuzzle and be like, that was great. You did great.
Oh, thanks.
I bet
Okay,
we
yeah,
could get-
I'll tell him I loved it.
Thanks.
I bet we could get the mayor to make like an official like thank you plaque, like commemorating that.
Yeah, just it's they're Finn's fishes. They're the Finn fish. So they should be fine. They're just hope they bring a little bit more light to people's day.
I assure you that I will make every possible effort to make sure that Karst and Euclina know exactly how much I appreciate them.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
I think Una's going to give you a little high five on the side. Veshna.
I feel like somehow Veshna and Una have just developed a secret we kind of hate them handshake.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Beckney's gonna look at Pyron and back at the group like, are you staying in town?
I guess probably for a little bit at least. Like, there's a lot of new stuff at home that I feel like they're gonna need some help getting adjusted. What do you
When
want?
you do go, I'm coming with you. I'm gonna stop at the goblin place.
You above the table, just like when we go adventuring out next. Or- okay,
Either when we go adventuring or if you do go to the Bard College.
that's what that's what I was thinking because Pyren is. I was literally just about to ask if you. I don't know about going if you wouldn't come, but I don't want you to come just because I want you to come.
Dad seems busy. Plus,
Awesome.
who else is going to help you with stage stuff?
Yes. Yeah. Nah. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. There's- things are weird. I'm sorry.
Things are weird. But you're still my brother.
It's been a rough 12 hours.
And Begni's like looking up at the sky as though they want it to just stop existing at the present. Like, I don't want to be awake right now.
Well,
But here we are.
let's go make a door.
Yeah, sounds great.
And then we can decide what we're what everybody's doing after that. I guess that's fine.
So, I think given sort of like where we are in time and the story, I'm not going to make you like make the door really hard, because that seems needlessly complicated in this moment. So I think what happens is Aggro Sage and Satriel like bust a little hole in the tree, right from the other side, but it immediately closes back up.
Becky, I need you to hold that open while I grow a door.
So yeah, so the next time they bust it through, I think you're gonna have to run through really fast to the other side before it closes back up again, so that you can have access, because you don't have access to your magic on this side. So I think like the door, like the tree just like blows through, and you see Aggro Sage's head, and Aggro Sage is like, "Come on, other Sage!"
Sage, like, with an uncharacteristic yell, is like, "Yeah!" like dives through.
Callie's just cheering them on the whole time.
You're coming back, Nico. On, just really quick. I'll make sure
Come
to make
on,
a door so
tiny
you can
goblin
come
guy!
back.
Does Beckney need to be on this side or the other side? Because I thought the rings were how we were doing it. I forget.
I don't know how we're doing anything.
Okay.
Come on through.
So
All
yeah,
right.
so how are you gonna do this?
I have an idea of how
Okay.
I'd like to do it.
Okay.
I would love it if there was one tree on one side and one tree on the other side, and their branches were kind of close enough,
Okay.
and we could kind of turn that almost like an overpass, like pedestrian bridge
Okay. I love
kind of
that.
style. Yeah. So almost like Beckney's shaping it as they're crawling through, and maybe like embedding the little like the anti-magic rings somehow, because those were important. I remember. I don't remember why though. Or the stones, because we had little bits of like flakes of stone, right?
Okay, yeah, sure.
So somehow weaving those into it, I don't know, to be perfectly
Okay,
honest.
so maybe we could retcon that before you do that, everybody takes their little bracelets off and gives them to you,
Okay.
so that you have the little bits and bobs from the goblin to help sort of hold the door open.
Oh! Beckney's gonna turn it all into one big door, like arch. They're gonna use, like, once they're on the other side, they'll use their magic to like try to force those with the wood into like a big archway that'll function as the door. Kind of like
Yeah.
using a negative on a negative to make a positive.
Awesome.
Okay.
And Sage, what does the actual door in the doorway look like?
I'm picturing like a hobbit hole door. Just a wood, very good wood door.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
So is Sage able to like grow that out of the ground, do you think?
I guess. Like, it's literally like, let's grow some literal trees, and then I don't know how this is gonna work, and my
Okay.
brain is going to bed.
All right, so how about this? How about when you come over, Satchel gives you a big hug, and they look at it, and and they sort of peek through the door and are like, come here, to Faunus. And they get Faunus to come over. And between the three of you, you're able to make a door.
That sounds fantastic.
And so you have solved my door puzzle. You made a door. So, and I think Aggro Sage is like, I feel really itchy. This is ridiculous. You can't even do magic over here? Ha, that just means we're gonna fight more. And Aggro Sage is like starting to like punch Callie, but like playfully. Yeah, now look, Callie, now they can't do magic, so we're gonna kick some butt.
Perhaps some sort of sage exchange.
Yeah. Yeah. Faunus is like, yikes.
First, well, Callie will first run over and give Sage a big hug and just be very encouraging, but like, yeah, you did it. You made the door. This is awesome. And then, yeah, we'll probably like aggro Sage, just try to like do the, you know, when you're much larger than the person that's trying to punch you and you can just sort of put your hand on their forehead to like hold them out a little bit. Try to just do that and be like, oh, okay, yep, calm down.
Well, and I think that mostly works, but then I think they're going to give you the slip and it's totally something you taught them.
Awesome.
And they're like, yes! You know?
Oh, Callie's just going to be very encouraging and be like, oh, heck yeah, you learned how to do that. That's awesome. Good job.
Aggro Sage is very pleased with themselves.
But also, stop punching me. We have things to do.
So I think that Faunus has made tea for everyone and lots of eggs from the girls. And Beckney now knows what eggs are, so that's very exciting.
I'd like to posit that because we literally made the door out of living trees, that possibly they could be password protected. The door.
Sure. I love that idea. I love that idea that like you can whisper to them and tell them what the password is.
They're just very concerned about like not making this a thing that people can stumble upon.
Right. No, that's very fair.
That totally seems like a thing that Satriel might have gotten from their interactions with the Dryads in the past or something like that. That totally seems like some Dryad knowledge there.
Right. Let's say they're beech trees.
Hey.
And then they can be friendly trees to you. And I think if the door is bigger than Callie can put her arms around, then the door can be an area of protection on each side too. So that works out pretty well.
I love that.
So it's all coming back around.
Yeah. So we sort of, what else needs to happen to sort of wrap up this moment?
Do we want to leave it hanging, or do we want to have everybody deciding where they're going off
with
to
the
next?
gang? Yeah. So I think maybe we sort of find us. So here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to sort of wrap it up, and then, as was so wisely suggested by Callie, have a prologue. No, an epilogue in which we talk about like
Yes.
maybe sort of what happens in the later. You know, like what happens next in everybody's adventure. Yes?
Yeah.
So I sort of see everybody like having tea. Faunus is sort of giving everybody tea and sort of has the baby and is catching up with Satriel as like Aggro Sage is like punching the sky and whatever like around them. And that leaves you all sort of having some tea and sorting yourselves out. What do you do?
So Veshna's doing her thing and might be doing excursions in as soon as 18 months.
I think this last scene that we have with everybody like having tea, I think there's just, I don't think it's any specific like thing or incident, but I think people might be aware of like a really like low kind of hum from Finn every so often that's not quite fully on the realm of hearing, but is there and is appropriately timed with where laughter would be with other folks.
I love that.
I can imagine also Sage consulting with Veshna, talking about how like they could possibly be a other side of the barrier liaison.
I think that Veshna is sort of like thrown herself into this, and she's gonna start talking about like all the other kids in the town that like now that Wisteria's gone and that kind of power dynamic has shifted, and the French pigs are a little older. I think she's gonna kind of talk about how like Duncan and them are gonna need something to do, and you know like it's like talk about expanding and franchise efforts, and like you know thinking about having a satellite office in the Goblin Town to sort of increase economic development in the Goblin Town, you know, and really create a network of adventurer guide halls.
And I think Una's all in on this. You know, like, and then you could come visit us at the lake.
I think that there's a little bit of awkwardness, like not about Una, but Veshna's kind of like, yeah, no, that'll be great. Totally.
I didn't get to show you the one-eyed octopus that lives in the lake.
How? Is there only one one-eyed octopus?
There's only one.
And I think that like Veshna takes out a binder, and it's her master cryptid binder. She's like, you know what? I was gonna do our water I've been holding off on the our water dwelling friends issue out of respect for Fen, but you know, I think that because Karst and Euglena were so incredibly welcoming, that maybe we need to share the word of some of our aquatic cryptid friends. And she's gonna sort of like start like a layout of the page for the Cryptid Weekly.
And I think Una's gonna be like, I have spent a lot of time by myself looking at all of the parts of the lake, and I have some good ideas of some stuff that's in there.
I think that there's like a pause, and it's almost like you see Veshna almost want to be like, oh no, it's totally fine. And then she's gonna kind of try to be like, you know what, Una, I think that when you are free, we'll, you know, we'll
I'm gonna have a notebook.
Some like regular time we could talk about it, and you can share some of those things with me.
I have a flow chart.
I love a flow chart.
Me too.
Really love a flow chart.
It's really awkward to make a flow chart underwater.
Yeah, I feel like if I hugged you right now, you would soak into my clothes, and that would really hurt you.
I appreciate that. But I'm hugging you on the inside.
Me too.
In the winter, you'll have to come in the spring. Come up in the spring.
Okay.
In the winter, it's all frozen over at the lake, and it'll be really, really hard to see us because we're under the ice.
Yes, I can see where that would be very difficult.
But you'll like it, Fen. You'll like it. It's quiet, and everyone moves really slow.
I am, you know, honestly, I haven't really got the lake pace down yet, but I've got some ideas of how to stay busy. I don't really, you know what they say, a running river doesn't freeze. So I think I've got some stuff to work on. And at some point, someone's gonna have to teach me how to play polo because I just got embarrassed last time. They even tried to let me win, and it didn't work. So I need to I need a tutor. I gotta practice. It'll be...
Yes, absolutely. Because I'm really competitive, and we have to start kicking ass all of the time.
Yeah. I mean, no, you're the Una for that flower. Yeah, no, we've gotta keep the reputation good.
So I wonder. So Pyron, I don't think you've told them about what happened. Or have you told them about what happened? About what the mayor said to you about going to Bardic school? I mean, maybe not even the part about like how his backstory, but like the offer to send you to Bardic school.
I have not, no. I have not brought that up.
I don't even know if Veshna actually told them about her plan. I think she just launched into discussion about building codes. That's fine.
I was like, yeah, tracks.
Yeah.
I'm much more interested in Bardic school than that, but I just realized, I was like, wait a minute, I don't even think, yeah, cool.
Okay, so
I think, like, as we were trying to figure, as Sage was trying to figure out where everyone was going, after Pirate and Beckney got to talk and see that we would not be abandoning each other, then he mentioned that is why we're not. I can't go. I'm probably not gonna go out for a little bit at least. I'm gonna at least give this a try.
You better have a show planned when you come back.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be tough, like trying to duplicate what we could do out there in here, but I'll do it. I'll figure it out.
Beckney, if you are going with Pyron, what do you want for Leto?
Oh, I was gonna go to the Goblin Village and live there for a bit. Kind of like, what is the word I want? Jostles, yeah.
Are you going with Pyron?
When
Pyron going to university?
And Beckney kind of looks at Byron like, are you?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna for a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can learn some goblin songs and teach those to people.
Yeah. And we don't.
And then you can teach the goblins your song because they're probably different.
If you want to, Beckney, you can come with Una and I back to the lake. We'd be happy to keep you, to go together.
I appreciate that, but I
we wouldn't let you die.
We try.
That's good. That's
so.
That just made it so much better.
Yeah. I need to talk to Dad too. And I don't want to leave Pyron alone while he's talking with Dad.
So if you are going with Pyron to Bardic, are you taking Leto with you or?
Well, I'm not going to the university. I'm just going like to the Goblin Village at the same time that he's leaving. We'll go to the Goblin Village and then he'll go off and maybe I'll visit. I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were going with him. Now I'm confused.
Sage, I can't sing.
I think they're going at the same. They're leaving town at the same time, but going to different Yeah. I think that's what.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, Beck? Okay, yeah.
This is why I like having Callie around. She gets me.
Callie just grins. It's like, we should make sure that we, since a lot of us are probably going to end up not in the same place for a while, we should, like, schedule a time to come back and, like, have tea and talk about what all we're doing again.
There are quarterly summits where we will have a lot of team building activities and a lot of reporting out. We'll be doing. I got a really good deal on chart paper and markers. I'm really excited.
Yeah. The boring adult words that Veshna said. Yeah, that.
All right, so I'm wondering if we can move forward in time to the first quarterly summit of the League of Adventuring Children Who Are All Actually Friends? Something like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
But respect each other's boundaries.
Yeah, but respect each other's boundaries. So where is that summit, Veshna? Is it at the campus or is it at a locale?
So I think that the first quarterly meeting is like at the backyard of the inn.
Okay.
And I think for the first one, it's like you see all of the French pigs and they all have matching berets and little scarves. Okay. And they all are carrying the same stereotypical bag of groceries, right? Where it's like a thing of like the tops of carrots sticking out and a giant baguette because
yes, but
Cam on the Hallmark Channel needs to know that someone went grocery shopping.
But they also, at a word from Aggro Sage, can drop the groceries, whip out the baguette, and sword fight.
Yes, absolutely. So we have that. I think that there's like a bunch of the foxes, and I think that that Pouncing is practicing giving keynote speeches. So Pouncing is opening remarks.
And I want to be very clear that there is really good permitting.
Yeah.
For this event.
We are.
I have a somewhat related question.
Yes.
Do the people in town know that this is a different Sage, or do they think that Sage just snapped?
I imagine that a lot of people in the town are confused as to why Sage is doing this with Veshna.
But I would think that Peru might embroider all of Aggro Sage's clothing with like a number 2 on them somewhere, or Bite wrote like bonus Sage or something like that just to help out. So if you can take a subtle look behind them, it's like the Scarlet Letter. It's the Scarlet. It's the Aggro Sage.
That there is like a fantasy like PowerPoint presentation when it's really just big pieces of paper that people have to hold up and wait for someone to be done reading. And I imagine it is pictures of all of you all and your adventure notes of like Fen, like, I learned to play water polo.
All right, so let's get what they are. So the pigs and there's a big party at the summit. So we'll go through and how about everybody says what they've been doing for the past like 18 months and if they're there. And if not, what are the adventure notes that they send back? Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start with Pyron. I'm fascinated to know what Pyron's doing.
Yeah, so am I.
I wasn't expecting to have this information.
It's okay. Just think about like what might be happening. It's okay. I want to send them off on their adventures.
Did go to Bardic school. Spent some time at home trying to help the foxes get acquainted and everything first. And by which I mean, since Pouncing has obviously taken the mayor role, essentially taking the 11 others and making sure that the amount of chaos that both Beckney and Pyron cause and are now taking away from the house is that those levels are divided amongst the group. to keep Mayor on his toes.
What do you think is the most interesting thing that happened at Burdick School?
I like that. Which I like that historian just put in chat that Pyron, for whatever reason, became like he got quite a following, like sort of like a rock star there. But what I was gonna say instead that popped into my head is, I think the most interesting thing that would have caught his attention is they have like guests, I think, come through, like guest performers at the school. And maybe I think one of them was somebody that Pyron realized was doing actual magic in their act. And so Pyron's now like, wait, how can they do that type thing?
I'd also like to submit that everyone really likes Pyron at school. And somehow, and it has never been confirmed or denied if Pouncing and Veshna had anything to do with this, but somehow everyone seems to know that Wisteria was not very kind to Pyron. And so when Wisteria comes to play, everyone comes to the concert and sits completely stone-faced. Like on purpose. And they're like trying not to laugh very badly. But they don't tell Pyron why they're doing it. So they're all just like, oh yeah, Wisteria is really terrible.
Yeah, I love that. That's great.
Out of love. So yeah, we see like a photograph, like a fantasy photograph, and it says Wisteria concert not going so well. And like everybody at the concert's like, it's very good. All right, what about Beckney? What does Beckney do?
Beckney is learning how to take care of a baby, but is also learning more about being a goblin. So they do come back, but a lot of it is like writing down songs that goblins have taught them, learning, like just talking more about goblins, because no one knows anything about goblins. Beckney doesn't know anything about goblins. But also talking about, obviously, the Fen folk, because they're kind of neighbors, sort of. I think the biggest thing is them surreptitiously teaching the kids how to do their magic, and also like learning from them. So like almost making a league of their own, of like kids who should not be doing magic but are learning how to do so responsibly.
I love that.
Yeah, and occasionally going off with like a whole troop of goblin kids that they're teaching how to sing because they can't sing, to go and perform at the university on like an open mic night or something.
Yeah, I like that. Maybe there is some talk between the Goblin Town and the Bardic College about having like a community college open, like a goblin wing. Because
Absolutely.
now that there's such a repository of goblin songs and culture, that needs to be sorted out. For sure, because I don't think that the Bardic College really knew about the goblins.
Yeah, I don't think most people did. Yeah, and I think Beckney's like, you know what? I didn't know anything about these people. Like,
Right.
Everyone should. They're weird. I like them.
Awesome. And how about Fen?
Yeah. So I think Fen goes back and tries to learn how to get really good at polo, and is just not super great at it. They're not awful, but it's just not super for them. But I think in the winter when the lake freezes, they realize that they have a knack for kind of like inverted sculptures from the top of the frozen of the frozen lake, kind of going down and making like elaborate like chandeliers and like stalactites, and oh god, I hope that was right. My mnemonics for those are always terrible. And things like that. And when it comes time to come back in spring, like Finn said that they would, There is a new friend in tow, and for some reason, a giant shoebill has decided that this is an interesting thing to follow around, and is just carrying Bubbles because we had a discussion with it at some point, just hanging out with Bubbles in its giant freak mouth, just kind of looming over us. And it's fine because it's a lot easier to move quick without like having to worry about a fish hanging around in there. And yeah, I think that I like to imagine that Finn has spoken with at least a few Lupercata a few times, like in the winter, like trying to make sure that there was just a part of the lake that wasn't frozen, just so that there was be something to drink, and whatever Finn would be happy to cooperate with whatever plans Sage has, to the degree that they can. And yeah, I think it seems like things are going okay. They're good. They're going well for Finn, and it's settled into a routine that's nice. And Finn has found little hobbies to stay invested in, and still he's working on some cool stuff with Gar, and people say they shouldn't fly, but maybe they should. So we're gonna see how that goes in a little while.
Oh my god, the thought of flying Gar is terrifying.
Do you know what you would call a flying Gar, Raven?
Oh no, what?
You would call it ma'am, sir, or whatever the fuck else it has to be called.
That's true.
That is our new governing species right there.
I've caught a couple of those when I lived in the southeast, and they are mean.
They're just dumb. Like, they get such a bad reputation, but they're just giant dumb dinosaur fish. They're fine. Alligator gar are huge and scary, but they're just so dumb, even for fish. Big scale, no thought.
So I would also like to submit that in the spring, you find that there are lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of finfish in the river. Like
wonderful.
They've had a great winter. They're like, yay, I like being here in the river. And they have expanded quite a bit.
Great.
And how about Sage?
I think if Callie's into it, I would love if Callie and Sage became like these like covert forest warriors while we're trying to figure out how to save the taken Lupercata. We're preventing other ones from getting taken, but like nobody ever sees us because we are not probably strong enough to fight it.
Absolutely.
So I like to imagine, and wherever this death village is, there's like rumors of like we haven't been able to get any, like some this will of the forest. That's what I'm imagining, because I just want Sage to be this ridiculous forest guardian.
Yeah, so I think that you find, over the course of the summer and fall, you are able to sort of find the house and the sort of like ranch where the captured Lupercata are. And you do a lot of kind of scouting out, and maybe you're able to break a few of them out. And we haven't solved this problem yet, but you're definitely figuring something out here.
If Fen comes with us, we could be making waves.
Indeed. And how about you, Callie?
Callie's all in with Sage. She does have Veshna help her with the letter, and so she does send a letter to her family saying that she's decided to move up her plans to go travel, but that she is safe relatively, and she writes out an apology for not having someone write a letter for her the first time, and that she will come back to the farm when she can to come say hi and visit and share stories. So she makes sure she does that. Probably finds Brock and gives him like a legit hug. Now that he's hopefully calmed down a bit. And then, of course, ends it with like a noogie before leaving. Yes, hello, cat. Sorry, I have a cat pawing at my arm for attention. But yeah, aside from that, yeah, she's all in with Sage and the plan to go save the Lucracatas and all that stuff, and lots of hand holding, I'm sure. And that's pretty much Callie.
Awesome. And I would like to submit that maybe Brock and some of them are there at the League of Adventuring Children who like each other but respect each other's boundaries, to sort of like getting the update, and Brock's kind of trying to help out. And so
that's awesome.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just that's awesome. I love that.
Yeah. So maybe Brock is sort of helping with some farm to table stuff. Awesome. And so Veshna, what's next for the league?
I think that what they have done is they've started to plot like almost like when you go skiing, how there's like the Bunny Hill and the Black Diamond, and they're starting to sort of like map more concretely. And I think she's working with Satriel, and I think like the other Sage Fawn children, and like some of the other folks that they met, like to sort of come up with a map of outside the barrier. But I think they also have created a bubble tour where all of the cool things that the kids have found inside the barrier, and they will like take people to them. And I think that Vesh, like it's been like pretty successful, like to the point where like it starts off like, I imagine if there's a montage, like it's little kids, and then there's like adults who are like legitimately interested in what's going on, and like maybe people start coming to the town, and it's not Days Ride or the big city or anything else. Like people actually start finding all the neat stuff in the town.
Awesome. And as you're giving one of the tours, you walk by the general store, and you see Mimsy and Scooter on the porch drinking coffee. And Scooter turns to Mimsy and says, "Mimsy, when I was a boy, people didn't make clubs. They just had a bubble and they liked it." And Mimsy says, "Scooter, I guess we're gonna have to up our game then." And they're gonna give each other like a cheers, and they're gonna go make their nefarious plans to stop the children from figuring out the bubble. And that is where we are going to leave our show. So yay, good job. I'm so proud of you.
Yay, that was fantastic. I really, really enjoyed that. We're going to go on a raid here in just a minute. But before we do, I want to let everybody say what their favorite part of the session was, favorite part of the show, the whole season, and then where we can find them and anything they want to share or plug. And we'll start with Calliope. Would you like to go first or not first?
Okay. I don't care. I am very grateful to have had this experience, and I love doing everything about it. And I've not done anything like this before, so thank you for being my guinea pigs. And I liked our wholesome little universe, and I liked surprising you with things. And I liked it when you surprised me with things. And you can find me teaching middle school age children and doing research for my PhD and talking at PAX West in a couple weeks. And hopefully someday you will find me again here on this channel when I have free time again, which will probably be next summer. And that's it.
Awesome. Hannah, what was your favorite part of the session, the series, or the season, and where can folks find you, all that good stuff?
My favorite part of the session was, on one side, I really enjoyed all of the wholesome, very positive parental interactions. It always makes me happy to see that kind of thing. And then also, just selfishly, I really enjoyed me getting to finally have Sage get a clue. It was really fun. As to where folks can find me next, catch me back on Raven's channel Fridays at noon, starting next season, running a game, not panicking every week. It's going to be great. We're going to be doing
so
Dragon
excited.
Age in parallel with Matt running Dragon Age on Tuesday. Look forward to deep lore dives and me attempting to do character voices.
Oh, I'm ecstatic. And yeah, our first episode should be September 10th for that one, as a heads up. So in a little bit. Pat, what was your favorite part of the session, the season? Anything you want to share, plug, and where can folks find you?
I missed my season favorite. It was finding the goblin baby,
Oh,
because
yeah.
then everything just changed.
That was great.
Hi. So sorry. Oh my gosh. I don't know what I would pick for the episode. I loved everything tonight. I think probably Fenn's interaction with their elders. Oh, and then, gosh, season, it might be right before we met all the other fawn folk. Like that whole initial interaction of like all of the signs and then like stumbling upon this whole little community was just so much fun.
That was great.
Oh, and I'm Pat. I'm a tactic online. You can catch me in this same spot again next season on Tuesday nights in the other Dragon Age game. And you can catch me on my channel Sunday nights with Zan and IEC Historian doing Urban Shadows, but not this Sunday because I've got a wedding to go to.
Awesome. Jay, favorite part of the session, season, where can folks find you? Anything you want to share or plug?
Favorite part of the session, hands down, I'm sorry if I'm stealing this one from you, but it was Veshna and Una's interactions. That one sold it for me. Just the way Veshna kind of came to terms with everything that she's gone through in the last like 3-4 episodes with Fen and with everything there, and being more than just civil with Una, and kind of like it's that weird like road bump of like, okay, now we're just friends, and all those feelings are kind of put in a box in a way, but like getting on good terms with the kind of the previous rival almost, I think was really, really good. Season favorite, God, I had one, but it's gone. I think all the stuff at the Page House, selfish as it sounds, I think the stuff at the Page House really struck me because I've never played a character who had a sibling, let alone with like a good relationship. And getting to bounce off Pat every single time there was something in the Page House or out in the wild. Honestly, it's just nice to play a game where I'm not like antagonistic with Pat. Every game I've been in with him has been at least mildly antagonistic between the two of us. So it was really cool to see that, like, that one brain cell that we kind of time shared between us was really fun. Where you can catch me next will be on the Animus Absentis finale on Saturday, and then you won't be able to find me anywhere. I'll be gone. You won't see me till next year. Yeah. I mean, unless you want to find me, in which case you can find me on Twitter or itch.io, because I might have some other things that are going to release later in the year, depending on financial situations and other emotional stability issues. But other than that, yeah, 6 Mountain Time, Saturday. Check it out. something's gonna happen. I don't know what, but something. Are you muted, Raven? You might be muted.
Oh, yeah, you didn't get to hear my maniacal laughter and saying, oh, so much is going to happen.
I felt it, though. I felt it.
Oh, yeah, a lot's going to happen on Saturday. It's going to be great. I see. What's your favorite part of this session, season? Where can folks find you? Anything you want to share or plug?
Oh, heavens. Well, that's difficult. So, I will say, oh man, this is really tough. I think that my favorite part of this session, I think I have to go back with all the parent interactions, because I think that was something that was important for the characters, but I also think it was threading a needle for us as players. And that's like always interesting. I think for the season, I liked the fact that everybody didn't decide, screw the town, we're leaving, and everybody didn't decide we're staying here for forever because it's wonderful. Like, I thought, like, in the conversation with Veshna and her dad, like, I think it's okay, like, sorry, this is like a moment, but I think it's okay for there to be a middle ground between the small town kid goes off to the big city and never looks back, or the small town kid went off to the big city and learned that the down home values are really where their heart lies. Like, it's okay for it to be both. And I think that, like, it was cool to see that, like, people are going to go and come back, and that it's okay, and that both worlds will learn about each other. So I think as a thematic arc, I think that was kind of my favorite, like, whole process, where we were like, Bucktown, we're never going back. And then everybody came back and was like, all right, so let's sort through that. I think in terms of, like, my favorite specific moment, I really like going back to the first time we were all trying to get candy fruit. You know what I mean? And, like, that whole, like, plucky kids being like, gonna go in with my friends and how we're all coming back battered, bruised. Someone's got a baby. Like, these two people aren't speaking to each other. Like, someone found their adoptive parents. It's like 15 seasons of Riverdale happened in 1 minute. But yeah, that's me. I'm IC Historian. I will be here playing in the Tuesday Dragon Age game. I won't say that it's like the cool one, because I think we're all cool and we're going to have so much Dragon Age good time. And I'm going to get back, like, to my Circle Mage roots, and I'm very excited. And yeah, I'm around. I'm also playing on Sundays on Urban Shadows. I'm on Mondays gaming the systems for 2 more weeks, and then some sort of iteration of that moving forward. And any place else where people forget to lock the windows and have rigorous security measures. And that's it.
Awesome.
Can I just add quickly on to IC Historians?
Of course.
Is that all right? So I just want to say, I think, Sue, I was really nervous to do this. And I think the moment that I specifically was like, oh, this is going to work out, was the very first conversation between Veshna and her father when we found out about the League of Other Children Who Are Not Friends, and how he used to be the vice president until he had to leave because he was friends with everybody. And it, like, when that happened, it was like, okay, this is going to work. And so that was like the sort of first scene that I really felt confident in our little world together. So thank you. And the other thing was just the expression on Jay's face when the dryads told them that sometimes seeds don't grow because they're planted in the wrong place. Because that's sort of how a tree would think of things, and how just absolutely gobsmacked both Jay and everyone else was by that callousness of that comment from a human being point of view. So
Awesome. And Zan, favorite part of the session season? Where can folks find you? Anything you want to share or plug?
So I'm Zan. I'm a content creator and streamer and GM for a whole bunch of systems out there. And here in the next couple of weeks, my schedule for most of my stuff is kind of coming to a bit of a natural end. So I'm gonna finish out the things that I'm working on right now, like the things that have already been mentioned, the gaming the systems on Monday, and Urban Shadows. And then once those kind of wrap up, I'm gonna take a couple of weeks off just to breathe and de-stress and try to orient myself a little bit better. And then probably around mid-late September, I will be back on my channel with a new Afterlife Wandering Souls campaign. Signups for that are going to be coming out real soon, probably in the next week or so. Because that's a campaign that's going to take a lot of safety tools and comfort and vulnerability. So a lot of legwork is going to have to go into the pre-show on that game. And yeah, you can also find me other than on Sundays and Mondays. You can find me on Tuesdays and Fridays over on Polished Cryptid's channel, early in the morning doing some 5e D&D. And I'm currently publishing a Dreaded Necromancer, which is a revitalization of the 3.5 Dread Necromancer, which is an interpretation of the class that is no longer evil, but just aware of life's passing in a way that makes people uncomfortable. So stay tuned for that coming out here in a couple of weeks or a month or two. And the illustrations are done by the wonderful Fortiver, so give them a check out too if you can. My favorite, so this is what's always so hard, because I think my favorite thing of the campaign is not a moment and just an acknowledgement that we all had going into this, and I wasn't really sure it was going to be there until we did our character creation session, and there was not a single human in the bunch. There wasn't really anyone all that we just ran such a gambit on the characters that we made and the stories that we were wanting to tell, and it was just, for all of the little intricacies and idiosyncrasies of all of our characters, nothing ever really felt like it was put there because it had to be put there. Everything in our world felt like it was there because it brought us joy, or it was something for our characters to interact with. And I really appreciated that just throughout the entire campaign, whether it was the incident on the bridge that kind of kicked everything off and was the fuel that we needed to get out of town, that and the Wisteria nightmare, or the Dryads are introduced and it seems like a random encounter, and then it turns out that, oh no, they're here because there's a child that needs to be taken care of. And it was just, there was just such really good, I don't think I've seen party unity on what a world, I haven't seen the consensus that everyone is playing in the same world like I have in this game before. And it was really, really wonderful to get to experience with everybody. For my favorite part of this session, it's just, it is a lot, but I did not expect Pouncing to be interested in zoning, and I think that is such a wonderful little turn of events. Even the mayor gets his happy ending. His son gets to go and go to college and have a good time, and the town still has a good successor, so everybody wins, and I like that a lot.
Awesome. I think that just leaves me. So I had lots of favorite little parts and things. One in particular that's not so much about the story itself, but it was really nice to see fundamental RPG used in a high fantasy campaign. We tested it in a lot of one-shots for fantasy type stuff, but getting to see a full campaign with it, and just see how you really can lean on the mechanics or not. Like, it doesn't require it, like some other systems, you almost feel kind of shoehorned into using mechanics a lot. So it was neat to see that we didn't really have to do that. It was just enough there to provide structure when we need it, and then got out of the way. I really enjoyed seeing that. It was kind of neat. And being able to play in the system rather than GM it was also a lot of fun. So just notes on that. And then the game itself and the story and everything was fantastic. Favorite part of the session? God, it's really hard to choose. I did really enjoy the parental interactions. Absolutely, a small part of me was like, damn it, why are you making me like you now? We're supposed to be angry at you. How dare you be nice? The interactions with Mr. Brevik was really sweet. The mayor, I was still ready to yeet him for a while there, but then he came around and I was like, oh, okay, he can stay too, I guess. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. All of that was really good to kind of make the story a lot more relatable than just, oh, they have jerk parents and they ran away and they had an adventure and they learned something and, the end. It really made the world feel a lot more three-dimensional, and I really appreciated that. Even the Brock interaction, even though Callie was about ready to kill him for showing up at that exact moment. But yeah, that was really good, and I appreciated that Brock wasn't just a jerk; like, he actually did care. That was nice, and I'm glad that prompted Callie to actually write a letter to the family. But yeah, the whole session was amazing, and everybody did a wonderful job. The whole season, there's so many good parts. I really enjoyed the Goblin baby showing up. That was definitely a curveball that I wasn't expecting, and it made the story so good, and changed the party dynamic, I think, a good bit. All of a sudden, we all had very different priorities than what we had when we started. So I liked that, and then I also appreciated the fact that I got to beat stuff up with Callie, because I was really looking forward to playing this, sort of anime protagonist fighter, and I got to do some cool stuff with her. So it was perfect. The whole thing was fantastic. I have other favorite parts, but my brain is also doing the what are words. So the whole thing was great, and I really enjoyed it. Where you can find me next, hopefully tomorrow night for the finale of Exodus. We're working on it. I'm literally talking to the GM right now, because their computer's having issues. I swear it's the cursed game. Something always comes up on Wednesdays. So if we can get the computer working, it's gonna happen. If not, it'll happen after the move. So either tomorrow night, or if not that, the finale for the season finale for Star Wars Elite Beskar will be Thursday at 6 p.m. Mountain Time, and that's going to be a really big show as well. And then other things to share or plug. We've got sponsors, which I'm going to throw those links into chat again, which are Fundamental RPG, system that we've been using, which you can find on Amazon for the physical book, or digital copies are at coffee.com/Raven, like it's spelled at the bottom of the screen. Intrepid, which is adventuring gear for real life, also at coffee.com/Raven, like it is at the bottom of the screen. And then Die Hard Dice. If you go to dieharddice.com and use the code BlackFeather, all one word with a capital B, you can get 10% off of your order. And they sell polymer and metal dice sets and really cool accessories. One of the things that I really like that they have is this dice bag, which it looks like a pretty standard dice bag on the outside, but if you see the inside, I don't know if it'll show up very well on the camera, the lining is really durable and sturdy. So it's really good at protecting your dice, and they're only like $4 each, so you can get several of them and keep your dice organized in whatever fashion you like, whether it's size or color or how well it rolls or doesn't roll for you. You can get as many dice jails as you want with those, so it's pretty cool. There's a link to the vags specifically in chat as well. And then also, if you want to catch up on this show or others that we have on the channel, you can do so at the Fantasy Network at watch.thefantasy.network. And then one more thing to mention is the Animus Lore and Roleplay server. So if you've been keeping up with Animus Absentis, that's our Saturday night show. Our season finale will be episode 53 on Saturday. So we've had a lot of world building, and I've started taking all of that and putting it into a Discord server with information on locations and characters and all the different things about the world. So that's half of the server, and the other half is all those locations that you can actually create a character and roleplay in. So it's kind of like an MMO without the video game part. So it's just role-playing with other people who make characters as well. It's a lot of fun, and you can join with the link that's in chat if you would like. And I think that is everything. So I've got a raid cry, which is there's too many salad spoons.
Wait,
what's up, Pin?
before we leave, the actual best part of the entire thing was when Econorlax made that beautiful clip of us and put it on Twitter, and it was wonderful.
Oh my god, yes, it was amazing. I'm gonna have to find that link again and tweet it after the show, because it was, oh my god, incredible.
Oh, it's so good.
So perfect. Thank you for reminding me of that. But yeah, our raid cry is gonna be there's too many salad spoons. Salad spoons is hilarious. And I'm just gonna make sure that they're still live. They are not. Let's go raid. Let's go raid this person. So we're gonna go raid with a brick. They're really cool. They're playing some Red Dead Redemption 2. But they're just an awesome person. You should give them a follow if you're not doing so already. And then I will see you all, if not tomorrow night. Fingers crossed that the computer, our GM's computer isn't broken. If not tomorrow night, then on Thursday night. Yeah, bye everybody.